Drive up the coastline, stop by the shore to stare at the ocean. Wait for a call from the ocean to lead me away, lead me away. Crash on the shoreline, kissing the sand, the sound of devotion. Stay in the moment, surrender your heart, and lead me away, lead me away.
What's up? What's up? Welcome back. We know we had a short lunch there, but it's because we had such an incredible offer from Ryan. We've already seen 4 of you guys pay in full and jump on in. We have a lot of you guys who are jumping on the phones with us as well. We're so excited about that. Remember, though, that we are actual human beings and we can only handle up to about 50. So grab early. At a minimum, just go put $500 down so you can jump on the phone and maybe work out anything else you guys need to. We're really pumped to have you, though. Hey, coming up next, is it all right if I come over here? Come down to the comments. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. And because we have an awesome guest speaker coming up next. If you guys know who Greg Cohen is, Greg Cohen, this is crazy. I was just reading his bio here. So let me just read some interesting stats here. Greg has $1.3 billion assets under management right now. What? They've acquired, I think he said 5,600 properties. And one of the things you guys are about to learn here in this next speech here from Greg is he talks a little bit about, things change, right? The economy changes, models change. And in early 2000s, the way that you went out and found these amazing properties was a little bit different than the way you do it now. And because he's been doing it for so long, he's been able to see the model of how to find and acquire these key pieces of investment property and has developed a model that they use to go hunt amazing, incredible properties. How many of you guys want to learn about that is? Come over to the comments and tell me, Steve, get yourself off that stage. Bring Greg Cohen on. Okay. How many of you guys want to learn what that acquisition method is for finding, hunting, and structuring the deal for these single family properties? You guys ready for this? I'm going to come over and as soon as you guys can see me and we're ready to rock, we good to go? Guys, you guys know how we do it. Why don't you come over to the chat, say, "Give me Greg, Steve, get off that stage." Guys, welcome to the stage, and let's go put our hands together, even if you're just by yourself in a room. Who cares? Let's be weird together. Put your hands together for Greg Cohen.
Greg from JWB, my man, it is so exciting to have you on this conversation with me today because today we're going to be talking about, I think it's my favorite, and I'm pretty sure it's your favorite way to build wealth. Guys, everything you've been learning up to this point is all about the system to achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less. And there is nobody better in the entire country than this man right here. So, Greg, you want to say what's up to everyone today?
I do, man. It is so nice to be here with you, Ryan. I'm so thankful that you asked me to be a part of this. And you just asked me to talk about the thing that I love the most. It's what you love the most, man. This session might take like 18 years if you let me and you just keep talking about this. But we're gonna make the most we can of the time we have and just share why we both love this asset class so much.
And I love that. Let's actually talk about what this asset class is. Behind you, there's a sign, JWB Real Estate Capital. Tell us what you specialize in, and let's just kind of give a little bit of overview of how long you've been in this game of simple single family homes.
Well, they used to call me one of the young people in this game. They don't call
Now
me
you're
that
one of the
anymore.
old people.
I got all this gray hair now, and they don't call me that anymore. But January 6th of 2026 will actually be my 20th year
Wow.
investing, my 20th year in business for JWB Real Estate Capital. It all started with the basic premise of falling in love with the idea of building an army of income producing assets that could achieve a financial outcome for me. And we built a business around making it easy for everyday people to take advantage of this beautiful asset class. Because what we realized is most people understand that you can make a lot of money in rental property investing. If you ask people, going down the street, most people would say, yes, that's somewhere you can make a lot of money. But most people fail to do it, namely because of the experience. They found it to be hard or complicated. And so we built a business to make it simple, easy, enjoyable for people to create great financial outcomes through rental property investing.
I love that, man. So you just said 20 years. I mean, I got to learn a little bit of your backstory when we were hanging out in Jacksonville not too long ago doing an event there at your headquarters. Tell us a little bit about how it started and where it's at today. Because, man, when I walked into the JWB headquarters, I'll be honest with you, I was blown away. I was blown away at the level of expertise of your entire team. It wasn't just this old dude with gray hair. There was a whole team behind you doing thousands of transactions. So tell us a little bit about the journey and the growth.
It's been an unbelievable journey. It started in 2006, and I picked up the book Rich Dad Poor Dad, which I'm so honored to be a part of the group that, of course, is with Robert and this book that changed my life. I was working in corporate America. I thought that was the path for me. I had never grown up in a family that invested in real estate or was entrepreneurial at any point. And then I went into corporate America, and I found out that it's not what I wanted to do for many reasons. It just wasn't the right fit for me. And when I was frustrated, I picked up that book. A friend of mine told me to read that book. And I remember that night picking up that book around 9 o'clock. I started to read it. I read it until 2 o'clock the next morning. I remember the minute I put that book down, I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, I'm going to quit my job and I'm going to start a real estate investment company. And if you happen to know me, I am like super conservative. And none of my friends or my family would have ever expected that. But this book moved me so much. And so I grabbed one of my best friends. We started this process of learning how to invest in rental properties. We surrounded ourselves with as much education as we could. We invested in our relationships and our education. We gained mentors who showed us how to do this the right way. And then we had to go out there and actually do it ourselves. And we picked about the best time to do it in 2006, right, Ryan?
Pretty good time, man. Pretty good time.
So it was easy to buy properties in 2006. That was, of course, before the Great Recession. So we went out to the only people who would lend us money at that time, our family, and we did not come from wealthy families. So we asked our parents to allow us to borrow a lot of their life savings in their retirement accounts to fund this dream for us, to build a portfolio of rental properties. And luckily they said yes. and they supported us. So we bought about 40 rental properties, my business partners and I, as 23-year-old young people. And we had these wonderful plans. And the best thing about rental property investing for me is that it's simple. You can operate on a plan, and you follow that plan. If you hold on to that plan, you follow that plan, you'll reach your financial outcome. But we were dealt the greatest curveball to the plan that we'll probably ever see, which was the Great Recession. So I owned those properties. I had a lot of debt, not just from the banks, but I also had my family's retirement account. And
And that's sacred money, man. That's a stewardship. That's a responsibility.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So when this was all happening, I remember everybody looking at me and saying, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that this has happened to you. I feel so bad for you." And I remember, like, you ever know sometimes you get told that you're in a bad situation, but you don't feel like you're in a bad situation?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of like what it was for me. And I was like, maybe I should be, why are people telling me I'm in a bad situation? Because for me, my mentors and my education had taught me that whatever the market value was of those properties at that moment only mattered if I needed to sell the property at that moment. But my plan that I built with the help of my mentors was a 20-year plan. I was young, and in 20 years, I wanted to control my time. So while I didn't like the fact that the Great Recession had seen property values drop, it didn't affect me at all.
You just sat back and collected rent checks.
Exactly, because the rent continued to come in. My positive cash flow from rental properties continued to come in. So while everybody would say how sorry they were for me, I would just look at them and say, well, yeah, I guess, yes, I'll accept that. I'll take your pity, I guess. But when I would look at the finances for my rental property portfolio, it was steady. Positive cash flow is what I needed at that moment. Positive cash flow was there, it was continuing to grow. And so it reinforced what I learned from my mentors, was that the consistency and the reliability of this asset class is unprecedented. And what we did from that point was we said, well, you know what? We started our own rental property portfolio. How can we help others follow a similar path? We were roughly 20 somethings when we started. We had a portfolio of rental properties, friends and family, and those who were following us started to ask the questions, how are you doing this? And we said, you know what, we really have a business here that we feel like we could help people. So from that point forward, we dedicated ourselves to improving the experience of owning rental properties. And over the course of the last 20 years, we have refined that model over and over and over again. We now serve over 1,700 investors who invest with us here in Jacksonville, Florida, because we believe this to be the best market for rental property investing. Those investors have invested over $1.3 billion in real estate assets with us. We are the property management arm, of course, as well. So everything is under one roof. So we manage over 5,600 single family rental properties here in Jacksonville. And the best thing is that we have this wonderful team of over 130 people here in office here in Jacksonville. It's our full-time team here. And we get to help people create financial outcomes. They get to reach these amazing financial outcomes like retirement or sending their kids or their grandkids to college. And it is just the realization of a dream, not just from a financial perspective, but from making an impact.
Greg, there's so much value there, so much good stuff there. I want to unpack a lot of that. But before we go into the team, the market, all of that, you have a concept that I think is really, it simplifies everything down. Because you said you went out, you raised some money from your family, you bought 40 single family homes. And I think for a lot of people, that's like, oh man, Greg's awesome. He read Rich Dad Poor Dad. He did it. But for the average person, not even the average person, for most people, right? They're probably not going to go out and buy 40 properties all at once and quit their job. So why don't you talk us through the power of one house over time? I love the perspective that you have. In the game of real estate, if as long as you get time in the market and you let time work for you and you buy the right property in the right location with the right team, time almost inevitably makes you wealthy. So Greg, talk us through the power of one property and the multiple profit centers compounding over a 10 or a 20-year time frame.
Absolutely. It all starts with those 5 profit centers. Again, This beautiful asset class pays you 5 ways, and the average investor or the everyday person really has no clue about that. And that's why they look past this asset class and try to find things that are more complicated. But this asset class has 5 ways that pay you. Most asset classes have maybe one or two. So in rental property investing, there's 5 ways. The first one is your positive cash flow, otherwise known as your net rental income. At the end of the day, we receive rent from this asset class. And then there's some expenses along the way. And what's left over is this beautiful positive cash flow. So there's positive cash flow. You put money in your pocket every single month. There's also tax savings. So this asset class, for everyone who owns a single family rental property, no matter if you're an accredited investor or not, or whatever your occupation is, you get special tax advantages that allow you to receive income today from your rent, but not pay taxes on it today, to defer it to the future. That's just standard. Everybody gets that.
Mm.
And if we invest a little bit more time in education and find the right mentors and the team to support you, and Ryan, you have an incredible system for helping people maximize this as well. You can maximize those tax savings about more than any other asset class that I've seen. So tax savings is incredible. You then have principal paydown as your third profit center. That's where your resident, other folks may call them tenants. We call them residents because we aim to build a relationship with them through our property management services. But your resident actually is paying your loan off for you. They're paying the principal down of the loan that you have with the bank. It's not you. So you have this beautiful profit center there. We also have home price appreciation. And many people think of home price appreciation, but they don't really understand two things. They don't understand how repeatable it is. They think that it is speculative. And if you are in this for a buy and hold strategy, a buy and hold timeline, then you can count on home price appreciation. And the other thing that they don't understand is how powerful it is. Home price appreciation accounts for between 60 to 80% of the total returns on investment that our clients see at JWB. And I look at all of their reports every month for over $1.3 billion of rental property portfolios, and they all look very similar. Their profit pie looks like a Pac-Man, with the bigger part of the Pac-Man is the home price appreciation. It's the Pac-Man principle. So home price appreciation is very, very important to your long-term wealth creation. And then the fifth profit center is inflation hedging and inflation profiting. This asset class goes up when inflation happens. And that's a great thing to protect yourself against inflation eroding your returns on investment, and you're able to actually profit from it. So if we can spend enough time, as if I am a brand new investor, if I can spend enough time just truly exposing myself to those 5 profit centers, understanding them at a deep level, well, then I don't have to go to super complicated assets to try to get these incredible rates of return. I can get it with something that I truly understand that can be simple, but you have to unlock it by understanding those 5.
I love that. I mean, you know, when you really understand that 5 ways to make money in one simple investment, it blows my mind. I mean, it's the most simple thing ever. I mean, we all understand what a good property looks like. We all understand roughly what a good neighborhood looks like. And at the end of the day, I mean, if we want to have passive income, it really comes down to buying the right assets, holding that asset, letting time and these wealth forces, inflation work for you rather than against you, and letting time make you wealthy. And I think one of the things I love so much about JWB is your commitment not to a tenant, but to a resident, to helping your property owners establish good long-term relationships with residents that allow someone to hold their property over a long period of time. So I want to talk about 2 things. What is the power, or what is the importance, I guess I should say, in real estate in property management? Because it's one thing to buy a property, it's another thing to own a property. How important is property management in the equation of achieving long-term wealth?
It's everything. It is everything. Most investors have a path towards making decisions that is completely inverted for the way that successful rental properties invest. Most everyday investors spend almost all of their time looking at the individual property, and they make almost their entire decision on that individual property. They typically will not look beyond their own neighborhood or beyond their own market to think about investing. And they just keep their blinders on, just on the property. Next, if they do want to spend a little bit more time, a very small percentage may actually look at the market, and they may actually consider not investing in their own market, but a very small percentage. And then third, almost no investors out there will spend the necessary time investigating and doing their due diligence on the team, namely the property management team that supports this investment. But that's a failing strategy. The right way to go about it is to flip it on its head. We need to be focusing on the team that is going to be supporting this investment, because the way to win in rental properties is to buy and hold and let the investment do its thing. It will bring you to that financial outcome. You give it that certain amount of time. And if you do not have a great team supporting you, well, there's no way you're going to last, because rental property investing can have some bumps and some bruises along the way. And the people behind the investment, the property management team, is there to support you and prepare you in advance for when some negative things can happen. And they're also there to help you maximize your investment. And you're just flat out not going to last unless you focus on having the right team. So that's actually the most important. It's team. When you find the right team that is a good steward of your money, which is not necessarily what property managers are built to do, right? You need to find a team that is a steward of your money that happens to do property management. Then you look at the market that they operate in. And that team, of course, should be an expert in that market. They'll help you understand the market. And you should also do your own due diligence to make sure that that market is built to make sure that you get positive cash flow and upside. So we need positive cash flow so the rental property pays for itself every month today. And we need upside to make sure that your total wealth pie is as large as possible tomorrow.
I love that.
That's the second step.
Let me ask you this. Should the average everyday person, someone watching this video today, okay, someone who's on the Retire in 10 Years Summit, and their objective, the outcome that they want is to retire. They want to own and control their time. Should that person manage their property?
No.
All right, there it is. No. Now give me some context. How come? Because I agree with you. How come?
You know, I'll give a caveat, right? If you're somebody who wants to be the best property manager and you have the time, the necessary experience, and the desire to be very good at your job, and you are happy with the dollar per hour rate that you can earn as a property manager, then go for it. However, what we share with clients is that you can reach your financial outcomes without getting a second job. And that's why this passive approach to investing in rental properties is a huge advantage. In many other asset classes, in order to achieve the financial outcome, you have to become the expert. And you take a lot of risk on when you become that expert. But in rental properties, you don't have to. So my caveat for that would be, you can become your own property manager. You'll save a few bucks. You'll spend a lot of time, and you will learn the hard way many lessons that others won't have to learn. And you can do it at a rate that you pay like $100 a month to get a world-class team to support you. So that's where the opportunity lies. This can be an alternative to the traditional investment strategy of stocks, bonds, mutual funds. You can have all of the elements of high upside, growth, risk mitigation, and you can have professional management, just like you have when you buy stock and you buy companies or you buy bonds and mutual funds. You have management there. Well, you have the same thing here. You can have it in rental property investing. So you can tell where I'm leaning. Obviously, I think there's an opportunity to do it without, but this asset class is built in a way where you can achieve all of these wonderful things and you don't have to be the expert.
I think it's really important that we point out this distinguishing difference between financial freedom and owning real estate. And I'm going to use a personal example in two ways. For me, I'll never forget. I have an uncle and an aunt, my uncle Todd and Aunt Camille, and my uncle got injured. He got injured. He worked at a manufacturing, kind of a dangerous job. Got injured. And then he got into rentals and property management. And he bought a bunch of fourplexes with like the insurance payout from his disability and all that kind of stuff. And he retired. I thought to myself, oh my gosh, Todd retired, in his 40s. That's pretty crazy. But he wasn't free. Todd had a part-time, almost a full-time job. And property management just like I know property management. The worst possible times, the times you want to be with your family, the holidays, the weekends, the vacations, it's always something that comes up, right? And I always saw him rushing out, dealing with things, stressed out about toilets breaking, tenants, causing issues. And he had real estate, but he wasn't free. And I'll never forget, this happened about probably 4 or 5 years ago. They sold their properties and they rolled their properties into some other types of stuff. And that right there was when Todd said was the greatest day of his life, because he got rid of his job in real estate and he was free. And I read the book Rich Dad Poor Dad, just like you read the book Rich Dad Poor Dad. I went out and bought 3 properties, and I realized very, very quickly I had a part-time job. And I'll be honest with you, my friends, I sucked at it. I'm not a good property management, at all. Every time my tenant would call, I'd cry with him just as much as they'd cry. And at the end of the day, I ended up paying the mortgage and they ended up living in my house for free. And it wasn't until I understood the difference between financial freedom and owning real estate. Owning real estate is super powerful. Obviously, this is what we're talking about, but financial freedom is a function of time. And I think this is what JWB, this is what you give your people back is, man, I've never seen the quality and the attention, the focus on detail to property management that you guys bring to the table. Why don't we take one step and just go one step deeper? How important is property management in the JWB client success experience?
Well, I think it's everything. It starts with, flat out, if you want to think about what type of organization can really create a wonderful experience for you as an investor in rental properties, they got to have a lot of people. We like to run really lean here around JWB, right? We're 4 entrepreneurs that in the beginning, didn't have anything. So we're built to run lean, and we love our staff being 137 people here. And that goes to show you that you need to have a tremendous workforce, an experienced workforce to handle the big things and the little things that come with property management. If you're talking about investing in rental properties and you're speaking to a company and you talk to the owner of the company who's also the property manager, who's also doing this and that, he's on the road talking to you and every single phone call, that is built to sell you a house that may or may not be built to serve a certain number of properties, but I can guarantee you it's not built to serve a wonderful experience for you. So property management is something that is critical. If you have a great property in a great market with a terrible property manager, you will not last in this asset class. Now, hopefully you have a great asset in a great market with a great manager, a property manager. But even if you don't, let's say you have the right property manager who puts you in the right market and the asset might not be exactly perfect for you, you will last in this asset class. You will stay until you reach your financial outcomes that you want. If it's not the right asset, your range of outcomes is very, very small. But if you have the wrong team, the wrong manager, your range of outcomes is very, very wide. And that's not what you want, because this asset is built around simplicity. So it all comes down to management. And one simple rule that I would suggest for anybody who's thinking about investing in rental properties, make sure that the guy or the girl who is selling you the house is also the person responsible for collecting the rent.
Yeah, so there's skin in the game on the back end.
There's skin in the game in the back end. The numbers that they promote on the front end are the same ones you can hold them accountable to on the back end when rent actually needs to be collected. The money, the alignment of goals is the same. The same person on the front end and the back end make money the same way. that is absolutely critical. And if you do that, you'll make sure that you have, at least at a foundational level, you're on the right track to finding the right team.
Heck yeah, I love that because, man, at the end of the day, this book, this entire package, this entire course is all about retiring in 10 years. It's not about buying the most wonderful single family home today, because if I buy the home today and I don't last 10 years, it's all for naught, right? It's all for naught. And you probably shouldn't have started if you can't last for 10 years, because that's where the wealth is created. That's where the wealth happens, is with that appreciation, that mortgage pay down, and time working for you. Now, here's something I get a lot. Okay, I get this a lot, Greg, and I'm sure you do as well. Let's say I come in and I buy a couple single family homes, and then I want to upgrade into multi-unit properties or condominiums or, whatever, apartment complexes. Why would I want to just stick with single family homes? What's the difference between developing wealth in single family homes and trying to diversify my portfolio with a bunch of different types of real estate?
Yeah, you hear this kind of like stepping stone effect in rental properties. It's like, the general public, I would say, doesn't get excited about rental property investing, even though Ryan and I love it. We see it. The general public probably doesn't. If you get the general public on board where they want to buy rental property, you talk to them a few months later and they're like, oh yeah, well, I really like these 3 rental properties that I got. It's going quite well, but I'm really going to get into commercial, and I'm really going to get into apartments.
Yeah.
And, I've heard that for 20 years, and here I am. I own 400 rental properties now, and I continue to buy them. And I have never fully understood why there is this desire to take something that's worked so perfectly for so many people, and though to get to something that has more doors. Now, I understand it at a really deep level, but what I would say is, many people rush to the idea that, listen, if you have an apartment complex, you will mitigate some risk, right? You're not just dependent on one resident paying rent that month in order for you to collect your rent and to make sure you can pay the mortgage. Now you've got a number of residents in a multifamily property. And so your risk of being able to cover the mortgage is decreased that way. They'll also say that the maintenance cost would be mitigated, because they would say, well, you have more doors under one roof. You only have one roof. If you need to fix it, the cost per door would be less. And I understand that. But at the end of the day, what we really need to understand is that, let's understand how single family rental properties win. And then let's understand that multifamily can also win, but it is not the same. It does not have the same risks. Commercial does not have the same risks as single family rental. It also doesn't have the same barriers to entry that single family has. So on the single family side, everyday Americans can invest. You don't need to be an accredited investor. We have significant upside. Since COVID, this asset class has done better than multifamily or commercial by a long shot, and better than many other asset classes. So you've got this huge upside. You've also seen rents grow over the years. And so on a monthly basis, this provides consistent income. So it's got all these great things. If we're talking about mitigating risk, well, if you happen to buy a portfolio of rental properties, and you have 10 or 15 or 20 rental properties in your portfolio, that's the same place that you're getting to as far as decreasing the vacancy risk, right? If you have 18 of your 20 single family rental properties paying rent, you're really good to cover all 20 mortgages, right? Just like if it's a 20 unit apartment complex and 18 of the residents are paying, you're good. And then from a maintenance perspective, you can work with a team to make sure your maintenance costs are mitigated in single family homes. Like, for example, you can buy brand new construction single family homes.
And that's one of the things you guys specialize in, is brand new, ground up construction, brand new home, brand new appliances, brand new pipes, everything. I mean, here's the way I've always looked at it, Greg, and spot check me on this. I think human beings, especially when we get into alternative, not even just alternative, people think that complexity gives you a higher rate of return. It never works that way. Never ever works that way. And the more complexity you have, the harder it is to scale anything. Simplicity is what scales. And that's why you own 400 single family homes, because it's just repeat the process. It's simple. And the way I look at it is, it's kind of, think about a bell curve, right? It's the single family, 3-bedroom, 2-bath home, bread and butter. It's always in demand, never not in demand. It's the most sought after asset class there is because people downsizing move into 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes. People wanting to get out of the apartments move into single family, 3-bedroom homes. And I just think it's the simple side, but oftentimes our brains want to jump over simplicity, look for complexity because we think that's where the upside lives. Now,
I think you're, go ahead.
go ahead, Greg.
Well, I was going to say, I think you're spot on. And I was going to add one more thing that um, I'm a simple person too. I like to understand it. And I want to ride a wave where there is something that's going to, ride that wave that other people are also rooting for me to win. And when you think about single family rental properties, it is a critical need for the individual or the family for single family rental properties to be working in this country. It is a critical need for communities, for neighborhoods. We need to make sure that single family rental properties are working. And so city governments are working in that direction as well. And for our country as well, it is critical that home ownership and single family rental properties are working in this country. And the government actually subsidizes our mortgages so that it makes it easier for us to invest and to own single family homes. So when you can invest in something where you're riding that wave, where others, an entire country literally is designed around making it easier for people to take part in this asset class, that's simplicity as well, and that's consistency that I love.
We could talk about this asset class forever. So my friends, here's a couple things I want to point out because Greg, you mentioned the 3 keys, okay? And I want to make sure we hit on all 3 of these keys. But in order for you to win in the game of real estate, you have to have the right property, you have to have the right team, but you also mentioned the right location. And you talked about some people having blinders on and only wanting to invest in their backyard. And I can understand that to a certain perspective, but I think technology has flattened the world, right? It's given us the ability to do business in Jacksonville, but live here in Utah or, wherever your place of residence is. But you've got a really unique opportunity in Jacksonville. Earlier this year, when we were out there bringing a bunch of investors out there, we got to hear the Jacksonville story. We got to hear how JWB is not only just riding that wave, but actually creating that wave. I want you to talk a little bit about the potential asymmetric upside that you see in Jacksonville based on what you're doing and what's coming.
Yeah, this is super exciting. We talk about having big, hairy, audacious goals, right? And one big, hairy, audacious goal for JWB was to be a pioneer in the revitalization of downtown Jacksonville. And so starting in 2020, my business partners and I started to buy a large amount of land in downtown Jacksonville. We acquired over 20 city blocks, which is equivalent to about 12% of the North Bank of downtown Jacksonville. We then raised over $230 million. So we found the money. And then we found a team that had undergone a significant downtown revitalization project in one of our sister cities, which happened to be Tampa. And we said, you know what? What type of impact could we have on our community here in Jacksonville? What type of impact could we have on our investors and help them accomplish their financial goals? And what type of impact could we have on our residents, our renters here in Jacksonville, if we moved that needle of downtown revitalization and growth? And it's become something that we're incredibly proud of. And what I spend a lot of time helping people see is, the team is critical, the market is critical, and the property is important for you to nail, right? We've talked about those three things. But the investment strategy that we see that has the greatest risk-adjusted rate of return in investing in rental properties is to buy those single-family rental properties supported by the great team in the right market, the right property, but do it next to the next great American downtown. Because if you look at success stories like Nashville, Tampa, Austin, Denver, you look at these very successful downtowns over the last 20 years, those markets have the most home price appreciation of any city in America. Nashville, for example, has had the very most home price appreciation. If you look 20 years ago and you wanted to be the smartest rental property investor you could, you should have gone to Nashville, because home prices in Nashville 20 years ago were under $150,000. So you could have found positive cash flowing properties in great workforce housing neighborhoods managed by the best team that you could find, and you would have had positive cash flow at that moment. And over the next 20 years, you would have had the most growth out of any rental property investor that you could find because that market grew the most. So going back to our premise, we said, you know what? We think Jacksonville is going to be the next great American downtown. There's a lot of stats that go to support it. But what we know is that revitalized downtown cities appreciate 89% more than the average US city since 2005. And in downtown Jacksonville, we have over $5 billion of projects that are happening today. Our project, which is called Gateway Jacks, and I would encourage you to Google it. There's 1,000 articles written about JWB Real Estate Capital and Gateway Jacks in downtown Jacksonville. You'll see that it's a $2 billion development. It's going to span those 20 city blocks, which are now 25 city blocks as we've continued to add there. It's going to bring over 1,250 units, so apartment units. It's going to bring over 200,000 square feet of retail, and we're creating a neighborhood in downtown Jacksonville. And what you can do is you can ride that wave, because when that happens, more people move to downtown Jacksonville and more jobs create in downtown Jacksonville. And the income of those jobs get higher and higher in downtown Jacksonville. And it becomes this flywheel. And what happens to those neighborhoods that surround the next great American downtown, those incomes go up, those rents go up, those home prices go up, just like we saw in Nashville. So it's truly an opportunity for you to be able to invest just like you could have in Nashville 20 years ago. And you can do it here in Jacksonville. You don't have to take outside risk, because JWB did 5 years ago in order to set this thing up. And now you can ride this wave, and this can be that lever that no other market and no other provider can provide here in 2025.
I thought that was fascinating, really, really fascinating by you and your business partners to see into the future that way and to help create and push that future forward for the net benefit of the investors that already own single family homes. I have nothing to do with the downtown revitalization, but we'll have a benefit because of it. So I love that mission that you guys are on. And man, being in downtown Jacksonville with you guys, seeing the properties that you guys own and what you're doing, the revitalization, it's coming, and that's exciting. Okay, so Greg, we could talk all day long about real estate. I'm going to ask you two more questions. The next question I want you to answer in 60 seconds or less, because in owning real estate, it's so important. It's so critical. It's a key function of building your passive income machine and of achieving financial freedom in 10 years or less. I don't think without owning a business, you can do it in 10 years or less without real estate. But real estate's not a straight line. We both know that. We all know that. Property management's going to play a part in weathering the storms. But for someone to buy a property and weather any of the short-term cycles or storms that come up, what's the success hack or secret for that person?
Well, what I would say is if you want to invest and you want to build a retirement that's going to last you many, many years in the future, you should start building that rental property portfolio now, and you should do your due diligence on the team. So all of the hacks that we can talk about pale in comparison to doing the work, to investing the time and finding that team that, again, is a great steward of your money, not just a property manager, not just a real estate agent, not just a contractor. How did I do in 60 seconds or less?
That was awesome, team. I mean, you just doubled down on it. That really is what it comes down to. No one achieves financial freedom alone. You have to have a team because it's all about time. So now I'm going to ask you the pivotal question, okay, Greg? And I have a feeling I know your answer because you've already alluded to it. But let's say starting tomorrow, okay, Greg, we take away everything from you. You don't have a business anymore. You still have your relationships. Maybe it's still you and your 4 college friends that have started this business and ran it together. You still have your relationships. You still have your knowledge, but you're starting from scratch, just like you were when you were 23. And you know you've got 10 years to work, to earn, to save, and to invest. After 10 years, you can never work for money again. And whatever you build during that 10-year time frame has to support your lifestyle for the rest of your life. Give me a playbook. What are you going to do?
It's the playbook that I follow. It's the playbook that's in Rich Dad Poor Dad. It's what I have lived through my investing career. It's what I've seen literally thousands of others clients follow it and achieve, and that's building a rental property portfolio that's based on a plan. This beautiful asset class allows you to plan and to say, you know what, this is the amount of income that I need to earn in 10 years. You can then model that back and say, well, if that's the case, we need to buy this many houses by this timeline. And once you get there, you simply just stick to the plan and you work on effective debt pay down or maybe growing other assets if that's important to you. But you literally, the simplicity of this plan is the most beautiful thing about it. As I think about what has made me successful, and I think about my friends, I have never been the smartest guy in the room. My friends, they're all smarter than me, and my business partners are smarter than me. And I think it's like a superpower for me because I am attracted to things that I understand, and I'm attracted to simple things.
Yeah.
Right? They all have to start thinking about complicated things in order because they want to achieve and all that. I can't do that. I love the simple nature. I understand single family rental properties. I love what you said about simplicity allows you to scale. So I would relive my investing journey. I would build a rental property portfolio. I would focus on the team, focus on the market, and then focus on the property. And I would work with that team to build my plan day one. I would execute it. And then I'd have an asset that not just provides income for me day one, it would provide income when I need it the most, which is my retirement years. This asset class gets better and better and better with time. So you already knew my answer, but
Kinda
at
had
least
a
I lived it
feeling.
out.
At least you are living proof of that answer. I love that. I love that. Well, Greg, you bring so much value to our community. I'm so grateful for you. Why don't you give people a way that they can get in touch with you? Anyone that's ready to get in the game of real estate, obviously, your team matters. And as Greg talked about today, JWB, they're not here for the short run. They've already been in the game for 20 years. They're building a legacy business. If you want to be part of that, Greg, how do they do that?
Absolutely. Ryan, thank you so much for having me be a part of this. Everything with Wealth Outside Wall Street is so natural to what we believe here at JWB. So it's an incredible partnership that we have. If anybody would like to learn more about our company, JWB Real Estate Capital, you can go to jwbrealestatecapital.com/wow for Wealth Outside Wall Street. So just go to jwbrealestatecapital.com/wow. You can also give our office a call at 904-677-6777. And man, I just love being a part of this. So thank you again.
Heck yeah. And we'll have all of that contact information down below as well. So, my friends, the way you convert knowledge into wisdom is by doing something with it. Take action and build your future today. Thank you, Greg.
My pleasure.
What's up? Thank you so much, Greg, for your time. We appreciate that. Your insights are incredible. And if you notice this pattern, Ryan said it yesterday. He said, I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I surround myself with people. Greg said the same thing. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I surround myself with people. Business is a team sport. It's not all up to you anyway, right? So I don't know how to do these things. That's totally fine. And who says you even need to learn how? It's all about just getting on that team side. And that's why we're so excited to have you guys. And all of you guys who've been joining this program, we're so pumped to have you as well. Again, that's retirein10years.com/MM. Our phones are actually ringing. And so make sure you're one of those first 50 people because we have to cap it at that level, just literally out of our own capacities as a team. Hey, guys, next what we're going to do is we're going to bring on an incredible special guest. He's the man. Caleb has his bio is very interesting. At age 17, when he's younger than that, he literally had a job. His first job was processing chickens, and we all know what that means. And he started looking around and said, "How can I go? How do ordinary people get wealthy?" And so, at the age of 17, he became a bank teller. And by the age of 19, he actually was managing the investment division of that same bank. He's the founder and creator of Better Wealth, huge podcast, huge show. Go check that out. But he's here today to share with you guys something that he calls the and asset, right? The and meaning it's not just about it's real estate. No. That's an and asset. It's life insurance. No. It's how you stitch them all together. He's going to come on here and share with you that. One of his big things is for you, remember as well, is that there's no wealth has nothing to do with your account balance. So with that, let's dive on in. You guys are going to learn about the and asset. Take a piece of paper out, take notes like I am as well. Guys, and help me welcome to the stage, the one and the only Caleb Gwilliams.
All right, my friends. Welcome back to the Retire in 10 Years Summit. You are in the best place that you can possibly be, which is learning how to take control of your money and ultimately your life. And today I have a treat for you. I'm going to be interviewing someone who I admire greatly in the space of wealth, personal finance, and really I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it, a non-biased approach to wealth building. Caleb, you want to say what's up to everyone?
Ryan, it is such an honor to be here. I just want to give you your flowers. When I first got into this space, I feel old now. I've been doing this for over 9 years. When I first got into this space, you were one of the people that I looked up to, watched your videos, studied, and thanks to you, I'm where I am. So I'm so grateful to be here, and it's pumped. I'm pumped to be part of the summit.
Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Well, let's start off with the name that you have right behind your microphone there. So your company is called Better Wealth. Give me an idea. Give the audience an idea of what does better wealth mean to you? And for me, better than what? Like, what's the standard that you're trying to set?
Yeah, so two things. Number one, we'll first start with wealth. What is wealth? How you define wealth means everything. And when I was starting to think about wealth, you look at people like Warren Buffett. Warren Buffett's worth a lot of money, but he's also 94 years old and counting. And you and I and majority of people watching this would not think twice about trading places with one of the world's wealthiest men. And so if that's the case, we now have to define wealth on something different than just money in a bank account. Your wealth has a lot to do with the people in your life, your health, what you're working towards, your relationships. And so these are some of the things that I started like thinking like we need to be a finance company that challenges the way that people think. And maybe it's like if you're unwilling to trade places with a billionaire, what does that
Mm,
tell you? You are valuing your time on this earth more than $1 billion. I need that to sink in because a lot of people don't see themselves as a billionaire. But if you indirectly, if you're unwilling to trade places with a billionaire, you value what you have more than $1 billion. So that number one is interesting. And so then how do you define wealth? Our definition of wealth is very simple. You're not wealthy if you're not living intentionally. So
mm,
wealth for us is intentional living. The beautiful thing is your intentional life looks different than my intentional life. But if you can identify what intentional living looks like, that becomes the metric. So that's number one when it comes to wealth. And the reason I start with wealth is if that's what we're trying to shoot for, there's so many books on how to become wealthy, but if you don't define it, then you're already set up to fail. So that's number one. Number two is this idea of better. And I don't know about you, but I just am so drawn to like how can I eat better? What are better ways that I can work out? What are better ways that we can grow business? What are better marketing strategies? What are better investing strategies? Like I've always been drawn to there's got to be a better way. And so I'm just grateful to be part of a brand that's helping people live more intentionally and then try to find better ways to do it because the typical and traditional ways are not better. I think everyone here at the summit knows that there is better ways to almost every avenue. That's why they're following people like you, Ryan.
I love the perspective that you bring to the table with money and life, and this idea of intentionality. You talk to a lot of people. I talk to a lot of people, and I don't know if it's a human characteristic. I don't know if it's just the nature of the world that we live in. Why aren't we more intentional with the one life that we're given? Caleb, what are your thoughts on that?
I I think that's a great question. One of the things that I'm becoming obsessed about is reminding myself that I'm gonna die almost every day. I
Mm,
have a art piece that I'm making for myself that each year that goes by, it's another black box as just a reminder of life is short. I'm like this idea of like having a clock, but instead of the clock telling time, a clock telling you how much life you've lived. And people might say,
mm,
like, that's morbid and all that stuff. For me, it's that constant reminder that life is short and I need that reminder because sometimes I'm exactly what you just articulated. Sometimes it's easy for days to go by, and I want to be the person that it lives courageously, and I think it's easy to live courageously when you understand that we're not here for our unlimited time. And so this concept of one life is a constant reminder that I have, and I think a lot of people and the world is just trying to almost numb you to this idea that you have one life and it can be extraordinary. And a lot of times we're just okay living an unextraordinary life, which I think is a shame.
You know what? I 100% agree with that. I mean, the more cognizant I am of the end of my life, the more present I live in the life that I have today. And if it's easy to let one day go by, then it's easy to let a week go by. And if it's easy to let a week go by, it's easy to let a month go by. And that adds up. And I think so many times people look at their life right now and they wonder, did the best years of my life, are they already in my rearview mirror? So today, Caleb, so many people are struggling. I mean, man, they're struggling, and there's a lot of reasons for it. They try to work hard. At least the ones that follow you and follow me. These are people that, despite their best efforts, sometimes they still feel like they're struggling financially. They're saving, they're working, they're pursuing this future idea of better, but they're still struggling. Why is that? And how does Better Wealth approach this problem to help them break free and truly live better lives?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it's one of the aspects. If you look at our framework, which I'm a big framework person. If you can't explain something on a whiteboard or in words, I would struggle with that. And so
Mm,
it's like clarity, cash flow, consumption, control, and then protection or covering if we wanted to keep with the C's. So I think clarity number one is do the work. Do the work. I know you've done the work. You've spent hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars on self development. I'm right there with you. It's like, so do the work when it comes to getting clear on what actually matters. Sounds fluffy, sounds like, oh no, go to the good stuff. It's the reason why it's the first part, clarity. And it's not one of those things where you just go take a clarity class and you're good for life. It's that constant reminder. So
yeah.
that's number one. The second thing is understanding cash flow. Cash flow is the most important metric, period. Like net worth, all these other things are important, but cash flow is what makes the world go round. I think of cash flow as like the financial blood in your system. If cash flow is not existent, your financial life is not doing that well. It's like a body that's pumping blood. So cash flow and understanding how is cash flow created, value creation, is we could have a whole conversation around that. But then once you have cash flow, it's only capable of doing two things. It can either be consumed, which is not necessarily bad. Consumption is just a cost of living your life. When you have gas in a car and it's consumed, hopefully it's consumed because you're going somewhere. So consumption is not all bad, but looking at areas of where like the cost of living your life, spending, taxes, debt, all these areas, and just asking the question, am I spending? Am I giving? Are my taxes, do they all line up intentional? Like, are I happy with the consumption that I have? And consumption's on the bottom because it's always easy to consume. The other C is control. The reason I use the word control versus like investing and all is like you first of all need to take control of cash flow, and then you need to ultimately decide where you're going to allocate that and use that. And that's where we could have some fun conversations because then it's like, where am I going to reinvest? Am I going to reinvest myself? Am I going to reinvest in real estate? Am I going to buy businesses? Am I going to go put it in crypto? Am I going to go put it in gold bars? It's like there's so many, it's like infinite of opportunities where you can control your money. And then the last thing is cover or protection is, and this is something I did not care at all about, Ryan, when I first started. When I first started watching you, I was like, could care less about protection. And now being
Yeah.
a dad and running a business and actually having money of my own, I'm realizing risk management really important is like, what do we need to do to protect and cover what we've already built? And so anytime I'm working with someone, I try to like reverse engineer where are they on the framework and where can I have the greatest impact. If someone doesn't have clarity, that's where we begin. Someone has clarity, but their cash flow is something they're not proud of. We go there. And then if they're like crushing on and creating cash flow, but then we look at, okay, where's your money going? And then I'm making sure that not one decision, not one helicopter ride could wipe everything out. So that's the framework
Mhm.
of how we go about this idea, and that's how I think. And we could talk endlessly, ultimately, around any of those categories, depending on where conversations go.
Well, let's talk about the last two. I 100% agree in clarity and cash flow, and I think that's the bedrock. That's the personal stewardship. If you're not clear, it doesn't matter what path you take, and if you don't manage your personal spending plan, then you're always going to be behind the eight ball. You and I've talked to people that should radically be wealthy on paper, but they have nothing to show for it because all the money that comes in goes right back out the door. Now, when we talk about this idea of investing, I think it's interesting that you put this word control on it. Is that a key responsibility with investing, or for in your mindset when you're trying to determine the best place for someone to direct their money? They're going to push it out of their personal economy. How do you give them a framework of where that money should go?
Yeah, it's this idea of taking extreme ownership. I've found that the mistakes that I've made is when I've taken less ownership of my decisions. And so control not only is around taking control of cash flow and like actually saving it, but it's ultimately taking control of I'm going to do the research, or I am going to determine wh- the moves that I'm going to make for my family, and not just give it to some money manager or read some article and give up control. I find that a lot of people, they are very successful at making money, Ryan, and then they turn off the same brain that helped them make the money, how to grow it,
Yeah,
because that's what you've been told. It's like, well, and it's like, well, I think that there's a problem there, and so I'll stop there. There is a framework that I think about when it comes to investing and creating that we can talk about. It's called value leveraging, and the same way that we make money is the same way I think of investing. Find
mm,
the value equation and then find all the levers that you can put in between on that. And the person that can create value or invest in value and then find those levers will make more money and have better investments if you follow that framework.
I love that. So, would you be open to the consideration that if you don't have control, you might not actually be investing, or to a certain degree? I mean, I think at all points there are things that are outside of my control. I get that. Even when I put my money in life insurance, I'm still deferring that control and that ultimate outcome to a life insurance company. But if
Totally.
I go put my money in a 401k, I could relatively say I have zero control, right? It's just whatever the mutual fund does at the end of the year, that's my outcome. Is that investing?
Yeah, it sounds more like gambling. And by the way, gambling, like as someone that enjoys to play poker, there is, I mean, it's not all of just like, we'll see what happens. Like there can be some strategy to it, but at the end of the day, it's still gambling. And you make a really good point because you will be a miserable person if you try to be a control freak across the board. But you
Yeah.
want to be able to take ownership of what you're doing and why you're doing it. A lot of people have no idea what their strategy is. It's
I
like the classic doctors that are investing their money but can't tell you how distribution planning works. Like you've put your entire life savings and investing into something that you don't even understand. Blows my mind, and yet welcome to America.
No doubt. It's so crazy, isn't it? I remember early on for me, Caleb, I had a goal, right? My intention was I want to retire early. I was in the corporate world, climbing the corporate ladder, making all the trade-offs, making the money. And I thought if I put my money in all the places I was told to put them, 401ks, IRAs, brokerage accounts, I could retire early. And I'll never forget 2008. That was my first wake-up call. I had no idea, and I'll just use the word investing, but I had no idea what I was invested in. I had no idea why it fell. I had no idea how to get it back. And I realized without any control, how could I ever plan to retire early? Those two worlds just didn't sync up for me. And I'm grateful for that experience because it opened my perspective to something new. And for you, I want to come back to this idea of your four C's. Um, after control, you bring the idea, the element of protection in. Kind of help me understand the idea of protection. Is that something we do last? Is it something we do in the beginning? Is it a foundation? From the better wealth standpoint, what does protection mean in the game of money?
I love this. So think of a picture. I'm not able to draw here, but you have a stick figure, and you have a dollar cash flow, and then you have these two lines. One's consumption and one's control, and then you have a whole umbrella. Okay, so
Mm,
protection might be the fifth thing that I talked about. But what I like about frameworks, unlike baby steps kind of deal, because it's you just can't be so elementary in some of these aspects, is number one, the number one thing is getting clear and understanding that you are your greatest asset. If that's not properly protected, you could be one bad decision away from wiping everything out. And so the protection aspect continues to get bigger and stronger as you have more to protect. But the thing that most people have is everyone watching this has a brain and has the ability to create value. You have to, number one, not devalue that. Most people do. But number two, you got to protect that.
mm.
And we don't think twice about protecting our cars that are depreciating in value, and protecting our homes that we live, and protecting other things. but we're like money printing machines, Ryan. We're money printing machines, and most of the time, we're not ensuring that function that we're going to be continuing to print money throughout our life.
So let's talk a little bit more about that, because I think the topic of life insurance, it does have a negative reputation when it comes to traditional financial planning. And if we go back to your idea of wealth, what the real definition of wealth is, really life insurance is a manifestation of wealth, right? It's recognizing the source of wealth, the creator of wealth. It's recognizing that you are the asset that's driving everything that produces wealth in terms of relationships, money, experiences, opportunities. You're the one driving it. But you also take this one step further with the idea of cash value life insurance and putting it together. Open that bucket up for us, because that's a key component that you and I agree massively on. What's your view of overfunded, properly designed, high cash value life insurance?
Yeah, I think of life insurance as an and I believe and is a lot more profound than or. It's really easy to have you're doing this or that, this or that. But if we can lean into and, it opens up a lot of different things, and it's not a choose this or that, and you can start. It sounds obvious for me to say, but an and is addition versus or is like a choice, or like by definition you're cutting something off.
Yeah, it's a
So
trade-off.
this idea of and is understanding the many benefits. I think one of the biggest misconceptions of life insurance, Ryan, is people want to put it in a box. People want to start comparing it to something that they think of, investing and all that stuff. And that's probably like, I feel like I'm on a journey around just saying, like, guys, life insurance is not an investment. It would be a pretty lame life if we were peddling life insurance as the investment. It just would. It just would. And so we have to take a step back and say, no, life insurance, it's a contract between you and an insurance company. And if the company, the contract are designed well, set up well, it unlocks so many other benefits. And there's four main categories that you get when you utilize life insurance. Number one is you get the protection. Like, you're literally from day one entering into a contract that says, if something, God forbid, happens to me where I'm not able to live up to what I think I can happen, maybe I die prematurely or get disabled or something, I now have a contract that protects my future earnings. So like that number one is super profound. And early on, I could care less about that. But the more a life I experience, I realized that that was so important. The second aspect is compounding. This contract is literally going to compound to the day I die, which just means that all the other benefits that I talk about are just going to get better with time.
Mm.
The third aspect, and I know this is not a huge point that you will make necessarily, and even this audience, but as I'm researching more of like retirement strategies and future cash flow, I'm realizing that the academic world is coming around to this idea that life insurance is like a way better bond. Life insurance unlocks so many strategies, whether you're the traditional route or non-traditional route. It's a contract that gives you the ability to create more certainty and have more cash flow. That for me is huge, because I'm like, even if you're not, doing the 10 years or less path, having life insurance as a part of your portfolio could just be one of the best things you do from like versus like a target date fund. Like that for me, like gave me a lot of conviction. And then the fourth area, which is fun for our audience, is the cash value buildup, where now you can utilize that capital to invest and use on whatever you want, while you continue to get the protection, while you get the compounding and the future cash flow benefits. So you get all those, and you get the ability to use capital to do whatever you want. That for me was like, man, we should almost call this the multi-asset. Like, this is
Mm.
the multi-asset,
I
because
like that,
yeah.
man. Let's get that
So
trademark going right
well,
now.
it's
In the works.
it's
Let's
in the works,
go.
brother. Stay tuned for book number 2.
Love that. Love that. You know what, Caleb, you're a trustworthy person. I've known you for a long time, and I'd feel completely comfortable saying, "Hey, would you watch my kids for a little while?" Right? I mean, you're a trustworthy guy, and I think that plays out in the way you interact with people, especially your clients, and the company culture that you've built. Life insurance has the potential to be a phenomenal, a multifaceted, a multiverse type of asset. But I find, and you find, I think oftentimes it's not designed that way. And one of the worst parts about a life insurance contract is it's a contract. Now, that can be one of the best parts when you've designed it properly. Why do so many people get the brunt of the negative side of life insurance through an improperly designed life insurance contract? Is it ignorance on the consumer's part? Ignorance on the agent's part? Is it greed? Like, give me your idea on why so many policies don't meet the cut that you determined to be a properly designed life insurance
Yep.
policy.
So we're coming up on 50,000 subscribers on our YouTube channel.
Heck
And
yeah,
it's interesting to
congrats.
me because I feel like I'm hated on both sides. Okay.
Yeah.
The traditional world hates life insurance. And so the fact that I talk about life insurance, I must be a scam artist. Then a lot of people in the life insurance industry don't love me because I'm exposing a lot of different ways of doing life insurance, and they feel threatened because if they're like, if my clients watch your videos, it's going to expose me. And so I think to answer your question, it's hard for me to even like I am very empathetic for the people that say life insurance is bad because majority of life insurance is something that I wouldn't necessarily want to endorse. I don't want to be the life insurance apologetics guy. And at the same time, I want to be like I don't want to be this Dave Ramsey type that's saying black and white, all debt is bad. Like all like it's just it's wild. Dave Ramsey was asked if I gave you a Bitcoin, would you accept it? No. And the more I thought about that, I'm like, if someone called in, would he give that advice? No, of course he would. So it's like it just it's weird to me, but it gets when you get ingrained on like black and white, that's where I think there's problems. So I think if I had to take a step back, the life insurance is the most misunderstood asset out there, just plain and simple. But it's misunderstood for a reason because a lot of people and agents don't understand it. And then 85 to 90, 95% of the way that it's designed would be something that you and I would not be comfortable even putting our name behind. So, in a sense, are we actually doing more damage by making videos and writing books, like exposing people to this, and then they take our content and then go down the road to get it set up poorly? I don't know. I want to give the industry a benefit of the doubt. I think a lot of agents are well-meaning people, but the system is not designed to teach this way, mainly because we just get paid a lot less money doing the right thing. But as a result, most people's business models, they only get 10 clients a year. And so they wouldn't be able to feed their family. And as a result, they wouldn't be able to stay in business, insuring and protecting. So I think sometimes we tell ourselves, hey, like we almost justify doing it a certain way um, to make us feel better. But at the end of the day, I think times are changing, and I don't really know if I answered your question, but I think there's just a very interesting dynamic of not all life insurance is created equal. There's not a lot of education. There's the incentives are kind of mixed up, and I find that it's a very interesting time to be alive because with the internet, because of AI and other things. I think people are going to be forced to do it a certain way, but it's going to make sure that we really need to go above and beyond and have proper education because I don't want to be lumped in with some of the bad actors in our space. If you want to ask a follow-up question, go for it because I don't feel like I answered your direct question.
No, I think
Um,
you got it.
but
I mean, it's a multifaceted, it's a nuanced question, and I think it comes back to your investing framework of control, right? I mean, it is on the end consumer to understand what they're investing in, for sure. And I think there is an overwhelming in the financial space. This isn't just insurance. I think it's overwhelming. I think at the top, it's driven by greed. It really is.
right,
But I think most people in the middle are trying to do the best they can with whatever financial education they have. So my
right,
recommendation to anyone, consumer, producer, whoever you are, is always constantly, just like Caleb's doing, increase your financial intelligence. Because the more you do that, and the more you align with real principles and real truth, the more you come to the realization that there's not a lot of products that align principally with something that's always in the best interest of the consumer and the buyer. And a whole life properly designed life insurance policy, unless we're putting someone in that doesn't have the ability to save and hit their premiums, I can't imagine a world where that's bad for an individual. That's always good for an individual in most circumstances. So I love that answer. I love that answer.
yeah.
So
And
I want to come back
one
to,
other thing
oh,
I'll
go
say,
ahead.
Ryan, one other thing I'll say is when you hype up that life insurance is the end all be all,
Yeah.
there's nothing that like it's just the thing. It's that's a path that I think is hard to justify long term. But when you set it up from the beginning to say, hey, this is a foundational asset, which by definition of a foundation, you need to build something on it.
Mm-hmm.
This is this is a part of the strategy. You're now having the right mindset. I find that when it becomes the thing, that's when usually there's some expectation disconnect. and as a result, you can justify a lot when you're like, this is a thing, but when you come to the table saying this is an and, we're trying to understand how this integrates with other things. Usually, that's the right mindset, no matter how it's designed. When you have that mindset, but I find that the clients and the people that talk about that idea are way more way more set up to win than the people that are just buying a product and gonna show up 30 years later and hope for something amazing.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I think you could put it's easy to put life insurance in that category because it's really hard to become financially free with only life insurance. It's virtually impossible. But you could say that almost with anything. The more I look at it, when I first got into the game of investing, I thought I needed real estate, and I do need real estate, and I need other things to go with my real estate to give me the outcome that I want. If you're a business owner, you need your business and an exit strategy from your business to give you the outcome and objective that you want. So when we're talking about life insurance being this foundational asset, and I know this isn't a one size fits all answer, what is the and? What should come next? If I'm going to put that at the foundation, what should I build on top of it?
You should build the thing that can create value and that you can apply leverage to. And so for me, it's right now it's a war chest to reinvest in businesses that I'm currently running or want to run. But I love business. It's something that I'm decent at. So I'm going to do that. Just because I'm doing business doesn't mean that you watching this should do business. You should try to figure out your clarity aspect is like what that is for you. And we know lots of people that are doing this in real estate. They're acquiring real estate in such a way that are adding value. They're using leverage in such a way that's reducing their risk, which is shocking, but reducing their risk, increasing their cash flow, and like that can be amazing. There's so many opportunities out there. It's applying my money and time to value creation, and then with leverage, either increasing the money that I'm making or spending less time getting the same result. And that's what I do. I think of life insurance as the foundation, but what I do with that money all comes down to the value leveraging framework.
I love that. Now, you mentioned using leverage to decrease your risk shockingly. Why is that shocking for you when you see someone decreasing their risk, even though the world tells them using leverage is risky? How does someone use leverage with less risk? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so the reason leverage can be risky is it can enable bad decisions. So I could justify buying a really, really expensive home using leverage based on my income, and that may or may not be a great decision. But if I'm already going to purchase a home, if I'm already going to purchase a home and I'm like, I've already made that decision, I could put all of my liquidity or a big chunk of my liquidity into an asset that now I have to rely on some bank. I give up control, Ryan. I'm giving up control to have someone else determine if I get this money back or whatnot, versus using a mortgage that locks in my payment, gives me liquidity to potentially reinvest or have that as a better emergency fund. And so a mortgage is like a very good example of like a financial tool that I could justify making more, but I will sleep better knowing that I have 10 years of payments over here versus just putting all of my money into this thing. And now I'm on this hamster wheel and have less creativity and more scarcity because I need to make next mortgage payment. Or if I paid off my house, which is the quote unquote American dream, I have all this money in my home, and it's like, okay, is the goal to be debt free or to have cash flow, to be financially free? And so so that's that aspect of leverage and debt when used properly. And I'll use leverage because debt can have a negative connotation, but like leverage should be able to increase wealth and reduce risk. My challenge would be a lot of people are using leverage poorly. They're increasing their wealth potentially, but also increasing their risk exponentially. And that's where you got to be careful because it might look good on paper, but the tides can turn and you could wipe out. And so use it with caution. And that's where there's a different forms of leverage. And we have friends that have wiped out their wealth because leverage and lack of due diligence. That doesn't make leverage the problem. That makes their decisions the problem, and maybe leverage enabled them to do something that they shouldn't.
Man, I love that. And I think for me, the key, you dropped it in there a couple of different times. I really believe that liquidity is the permission slip. It's the key to leverage, right? I mean, leverage narrows your margin, in short-term volatility, but it expands your return in a long-term outcome. But if you can't get through the short-term volatility, right, then the asymmetric upside that's possible with leverage, you never experience it. And what did look good on paper and might actually come to fruition, you just have to give it time to get there. And so the liquidity is your permission slip to say, hey, a tenant skipped town for a couple months and I had to make ready. Well, if I don't have any money to do that and I still have to satisfy the bank, then that's where I put myself in a tight position. But if I've got this war chest, as you mentioned, of liquidity was my permission slip to use the bank's money, and it buys me time to experience the asymmetric upside. It's so fascinating how life insurance is this and asset, right? Because it's the best place to store liquidity, but what I do with it's going to matter just as much as having it. And so this and asset is such a powerful concept. Now, I've heard you state, I think it was in a podcast or something, that if you had to write the book again, because of the perspective that you've gained, the knowledge that you've gained over the last several years, you'd write it differently. You're coming out with a new book as well. Give me your viewpoint on the and asset, the use of life insurance in a properly designed, holistic financial plan.
Yep. The 7 years ago or 8 years ago when I wrote the book, I was obsessed with this idea of using money while it grows, which is true, and it's still is true to this day. But I just discounted all the other benefits. I talked about creditor protection, but didn't really flesh that out. I talked about living benefits of life insurance, chronic illness riders, just mentioned, like, walked over that. I talked about having a death benefit, but wasn't even married at the time, didn't have any debt, didn't really register. And then just the more life experience that I've got, I'm like, okay, hold on, wait a second, Caleb. You're telling me that I can get all of these things and I can also get this, be able to use capital to reinvest. And like that for me is less. There's so many people that are focused on arbitrage. To my credit, I never got into that message even early on because I learned from people like you that didn't get into the weird like infinite banking, you arbitrage your money. And so I won't talk about that. But in a way, you actually do arbitrage.
We got to throw one rock at that though before we're done.
Yeah, you get all these benefits. So while you don't have your internal rate of return growing, like that's a faulty premise. You actually do. The reason the strategy is so powerful is with life insurance as a part of your portfolio or your strategy, you're getting tons of benefits, Ryan. Tons of benefits. Like if you understand all the benefits, you could easily say you're getting 12 or 13% of benefits, not rate of return on your money, but benefits to your portfolio. And you're telling me that I get to access capital for a fraction of that to then potentially grow my wealth even more. That's amazing. I mean, I know somebody that's alive to this day because they had cancer. They were told that they were given a few months to live. They used their chronic illness rider. They did alternative medicine. They're alive to this day. Not medical advice, not investment advice, blah, 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 blah. But it's like that for me was like, whoa, like, wow. Like life insurance has literally opened up a scenario that they're alive. That's crazy to me. How do you put that into an internal calculator? You can't. But like that for me is like build your house on a solid foundation. And one of my brother-in-laws is working on a huge building that he's like charge of building, and they're spending over a year on just building the foundation. I was like, man, this is such a great example. Like you're building and just how deep they're going and all that. And it's like, why? Well, the bigger the building, the deeper the foundation. And I find that we are just so obsessed with we just don't care at all. Like I just see all these cool talking points are essentially building a triangle. Like it doesn't feel like you're a solid foundation because that's not sexy. It's not fun to rally behind. But I'm telling you, one of the best things that we can do is build a solid foundation to build off of. And so that would be the thing that I'm going to focus more on my next book. And just it's not that it's the and is not important. I just wish I would have done a better job articulating some of the other benefits and getting someone to think about this. Your phone is not an investment, and yet everyone has a smartphone. Why? Because it gives it so many jobs. But you're not looking at a statement every month and saying, what did my iPhone get me rate of return wise? No, that's ridiculous. And yet we're running our business, potentially making hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars over a lifetime because of technology, because of this phone. And so I want people to start thinking of life insurance in the same way. is it's not the thing that I'm going to be super critical, but it's the thing that it unlocks by having it.
Man, Caleb, I love that viewpoint. And if we take that viewpoint and we apply it right back to better wealth, I think one of the misunderstandings around life insurance and really money to if we really want to put it plainly, nobody actually wants money. They really don't, right? Money is just something you want to trade for, right? And when you think about wealth and money are two different things. Wealth is money not spent. Wealth is it's like, kind of like the iceberg principle, right? Most people want to look at these people on the surface and say, oh my gosh, they're financially free, they're independent, they're wealthy. But the reason they're wealthy is they have all of this unspent money, right? They have all of this worth, they have all of this value, mindset, money, optionality as wealth. And
Yeah, I love that one.
oftentimes when we try to look at this through a return on investment, I can come all day long and say, dude, you could get a better rate of return by getting rid of that wealth and putting it over there instead of here. But the rate of your return on attention is the most important investment that you can have. That's what allows you to be a builder like yourself and to approach the world of uncertainty built on a foundation of certainty. Those two worlds can coexist. And the more certain you are, the more you thrive in uncertainty. So,
Love it.
Caleb, let me throw this at you. Let me throw this at you because in this world of infinite banking, you and I have come up in this world of infinite banking. We talked a little bit about this arbitrage idea. Can you ever become financially free using your life insurance policy to buy cars? I don't understand what the obsession with this is. I get the
Unless
banking
you're a
feature.
car influencer. Yeah.
Yeah, a car, even if you're a car influencer, man, you're probably renting a garage full of cars. But why do so many people miss the point of how powerful this strategy can be?
Uh, yeah, you've hit a pain point. I don't know, Ryan. I don't. I think in a way there's so many people that are just not financially literate. And so if they're told a message that they can get rich buying their dream car, it's a cool message. I quite frankly don't think it attracts long term the right type of people, but it definitely gets the views on TikTok and Instagram and YouTube maybe. I mean, I just reacted to a video recently where someone was literally saying, and they got over 100,000 views on their YouTube. That's not easy to do in
That's a
this
lot.
space.
Yeah.
And they were saying how their whole life policy got 4% guarantee and their 6%, 6.5% dividend, making it their whole life getting over 10% in their policy. And I was just like, he just said that. He
Yeah.
just said that confidently and was like, and I was like, well, that's a bummer because that's like straight up wrong. And I find that the same idea is there's a lot of half truths out there. Is it true that your money continues to compound if you borrow against it to buy a car? Yes. Is it true that life insurance is still a powerful asset? Yes. Is it true that you can pay the insurance company back? Yes. Does that make does that make it the right thing to do? Maybe, maybe not. But you're not going to get wealthy building up, saving money into something. It's like building a foundation and then buying cars. Well, you still have the foundation, but now you have a depreciating asset. So,
Yeah.
That's like version one, but it's not a way to build wealth.
It's probably good, better, best, right? Maybe we have a good, a better. I guess maybe better to use a life insurance policy to buy a car than it is a bank, maybe, but it's definitely not the best thing you can do. And especially when we enter the world of leverage, really with money, everything in life is a trade-off, right? And when you make a trade-off to buy a car with your policy, the opportunity cost is exponential of what it could have been otherwise.
And you're talking about optionality. A part of having options is leverage. You're
Yeah.
telling me even if you could get a better rate, you're now losing some liquidity to buy something that you could easily get a bank loan. I mean, I know we're now talking 2.0, but your audience is a lot more smarter. It's like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Why would you deplete your whole life insurance policy to pay off your mortgage? It's like I just don't get that. But that's being taught, and there's a lot of people flooding to it because again, they're talking about the American dream, slapping insurance, and are they better off than the alternative? Maybe, but it's tough for me to get excited about that. We probably would be richer, Ryan, if we got in line and promoted that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I want to be able to sleep at night. I sleep
No
better.
doubt. Yeah, because a half truth is also a half lie. And I don't like sleeping on half
That's good.
lies.
Yeah.
So let's bring this to a head, because Caleb, you've got so much experience. You've got so much. You just got such a really powerful voice in the world of personal finance, and you do bring the truth. You do unbiased, unfiltered. I've heard you give advice that would make a lot of people in the alternative world mad or frustrated. Like, oh, Caleb's a sellout. And you've probably done the same on that side. You're talking about things that you've taken this down the middle, non-biased approach, and I really do appreciate that about you. So there's a lot of people watching this today. Some of them are struggling. Some of them are hoping that this is their last shot at ever achieving financial freedom. Some of them are in a good spot and they're trying to become better. And some of them, they're already in the world of, look, I just want to understand. I want to raise my financial intelligence. I want to be free. I want to understand leverage, good debt versus bad debt. So if I put you in a position, Caleb, I come to your home today and I say, all right, man, you've got 10 years. For the next 10 years, I'm going to start you at ground zero. You still have your business. You still have your knowledge. You still have your relationships, but you have no cash in the bank, no assets. You're starting over. And for the next 10 years, you can work, you can earn, you can save, and you can invest. But after 10 years, you can never work for money again. And what you do during this 10 years, what you earn, what you keep, and what you invest has to now support whatever lifestyle you want for the rest of your life. Now, Caleb, this is going to be harder for you because most of the people that have come on this, they're a little bit older. You're a young guy. So you're looking at down the road of 70 years, 80 years, 90 years. Tell me what you do over the next 10 years to become perpetually financially free.
Yeah, Ryan, just so you know, like you gave me a heads up that you're going to be asking me this question, and this has literally kept me awake. It really has, because I'm like, what would I do?
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what I would do, but take this with a grain of salt. I'm 29 years old. What do I know? Kind of deal, okay? But I just like, this is what I would do. Is I would focus all my time and energy early on making it rain. Making it rain. Mainly because I just have a high desire to live intentionally, and part of that is it's just going to cost a lot of money because I want to be extremely generous, do amazing things with the family. So I would put my time and energy making it rain, and I would ask a couple questions. Who am I best equipped to serve? How can I add them value? And how do I apply crazy leverage? So the first, that time is I'm going to try to make it rain. And my question would be, if I had extra money in the control category, could I double my money? Like, could I double my money, putting it back in the business and myself? If the answer is yes, I'm always making that trade. Always making that trade. Now, the other reason that this question's really hard for me is like, I love what I do. So the idea of like not, so that is also, I get the premise, but I like the thought of not being able to create, and like that saddens me. But I would just I would be obsessed with like, how do I make it rain? I would be funding life insurance at the same time. So I would be building the foundation, and then with the cash value that I'm building up, I would decide, do I put it back here, or do I put it into a cash flow engine? And simply what a cash flow engine is it's something that's providing value, that has some type of leverage. And when I say leverage, I don't just mean debt. I mean that they're using great operators, expertise. This microphone's a form of leverage because we're having a conversation that more than one person's seeing. So I'm looking at like how value can be amplified. And it's just as simple as, either put it back into my deal or buy cash flow engines. And at the end of 10 years, I would have to transfer this and allocate them in cash flow engines. And this is not just because you're interviewing me, but I would find people like yourself to help me with the cash flow engines, because I love business and I'm better than average at business. But when it comes to investing, I'm not someone that's like a super nerd when it comes to investing. And so I would find operators that I know, like, and trust, that have a track record, and it would be that exchange of like, hey, I'm going to give you money, and I'm seeing this as a cash flow engine, and with the whole idea that I need to have enough cash flow coming in from these cash flow engines to be able to live my life. Now, also in a business, whatever I build over here, if this might be cheating, so tell me if this is cheating, I would then try to find an operator to run the business. And like, that would actually be my go-to strategy. If I could build something up and then be like, in 10 years, I cannot be involved at all. I need to build this to either sell or have an operator. And at this point, Better Wealth is kind of at that place. I'm still involved in doing stuff, but Better Wealth runs day in and day out without me.
Yeah.
And so that's exactly what I would do. But because the next 10 years, hopefully I would do it a lot better than the last 10 years because of just wisdom and experience. And so
I love it.
you can grade my answer, but
A plus, dude. A plus.
That would be the approach.
You know what? Here's the thing I like about what you said is you're a systems guy, you're a framework guy, and you came right back to your framework. And I think what so many people discount when we talk about investing is they look external for the investments, right? And with every investment, I can almost generally put it in a box. Within a range of options, I know what the stock market's going to do. Within a range of options, I know what real estate's going to do. The outlier is cryptocurrency, but with the range of options, I know generally what cryptocurrency is going to do. And if I can put all of these things in a box, then it really comes down to how much money can I put in that box, right? And the fastest way to get more money to put into that box is doing exactly what you talked about. Identifying my God-given talents, using leverage with those God-given talents, and putting those God-given talents in the service of other people, using that leverage to make as much money as possible. My first mentor taught me this in the form of a wave, right? If I have a really tiny wave of $1,000, 5% on $1,000, that's not much. But if I have $1 million, 5% on $1 million, that's a lot of cash flow, right? So where do I get the $1 million? Go make it, go create it, go solve those problems. And I love that you brought that to the table. That's real investing there, my friends. Real investing starts right here. It starts right here. Raising your financial intelligence, realizing you are the number one asset. And Caleb, I know you talk about this all the time. And then doubling down on your skill sets and abilities to make money. Then do the thing that no one thinks about. Why don't you just keep some of the money you make, right? If you can make and keep money, that's 80% of the equation.
I love it.
Well, Caleb, my friends, I'm so grateful for you. You are a light in this world of personal finance. I'm grateful that you came and shared it with the Retire in 10 Years community today. And where can people follow you, reach you? We'll include all those links down below.
Yeah. So the best way is follow me on YouTube, and we actually did a interview back in the day, Ryan. That was awesome. I love that you talked about the importance of liquidity, and we're going to be having you on the channel soon, very soon. So maybe depending on when this gets released, you may go over to YouTube and give our episode a love. That would be the best way. And then we could have some resources down below for your audience as well, that they can check out. But YouTube would be the best place for them to follow.
Awesome, my man. Well, Caleb, thank you for coming on the show today, and look forward to seeing the next book coming out. We'll see you.
What's up? How's it going? Hey, Caleb, that was so amazing. Thank you so much. I think it's incredible to see. I mean, he's younger than I am by like 10 years. To watch what he's doing is like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. And just like everyone has been saying, I wish I started 10 years ago. I wish I started 10 years earlier. How many I wish you started 10 years earlier? Well, good news. This is Retire in 10 Years or less. Hey, I just wanted to very quickly just say thank you again. We have found out that we have sold almost 2,000 books already, and there's actually been more people who've bought the book today than yesterday, which surprised us. So thank you so much. That is you guys, and we're so grateful for that. When you get this book, take it serious. Set aside 20 minutes a day to read and 40 minutes to apply. That's it, right? And start making those changes by first changing the way you think. Alrighty. Hey, next up we have this. I also wanted to bring up one last thing. Is that all right? One last thing. For those of you guys who want to be inside of our VIP session and do Q&A with Ryan a little bit later today, go to retireintenyears.com/VIP. And I think VIP is like $47, but you get a chance to, I encourage you to try to stump him, right? Bring whatever scenarios in your life, bring whatever it is that you're running into, or, hey, I'm in this situation, what would you do? I'm already seeing questions actually that we should add inside of our VIP. Different scenarios on, well, can I acquire the property like this or like that? And so that's your opportunity. Will be a little bit coming up here. We got a couple other amazing speakers to deliver awesome value to you, but you'll get a chance to do some Q&A with Ryan in just a little bit. So if you are like, I want to be in VIP, retireintenyears.com/VIP. $47, get your question answered, and he is your first guide in this space, much like he has been for many of us. Our first guides as well. So, all right, let's dive on in. We have an incredible speaker that has literally been coined the godmother of life insurance. That's a title right there. Wow. This is Kim Butler. Kim Butler is here. She wants to share with you guys. She has an incredible backstory to teach you that life insurance is actually a wealth building. It's the cornerstone of wealth building is life insurance. And just like we heard from Caleb also, It's not that it's this one asset or I have to buy this. You hear that theme throughout this, and that's why we wanted to theme today this way. It's not about just one asset over here or one asset over there. It's how the whole system works together. How you have the team, right? And we want to be just like Henry Ford with our buttons, our electronic buttons, right? I don't want to know how to do everything. I just want to know the strategy, and I'm going to hire the doers, right? And so that's what we're helping you guys do. Okay, so we're going to bring on here Kim Butler, and she is going to blow your mind. So yeah, one of the things I want you guys to pay attention. I'm not going to let the cat out of the bag. Why don't we just go right to it, guys? Would you help me welcome to the stage the one and only, most incredible, the godmother of life insurance, Kim Butler.
All right, my friends, welcome back to the Retirement Tenure Summit. Today I have the privilege, the opportunity, and ultimately I'm going to say the honor to interview a mentor of mine for probably one of the longest periods of time. I mean, for well over a decade. I lovingly refer to the woman I'm about to introduce as the godmother of insurance because I think you've been in the game for just about longer than anyone I know. So it's my privilege and opportunity to welcome Kim Butler to the conversation today.
Well, Ryan, it's a joy always to talk with you, and it's so cool what you're doing within your community, and I'm honored to help.
Well, Kim, you have such a time in the game of insurance. I mean, you've probably seen everything that you could possibly see in insurance. And for me, as I've dove deeper into this conversation on money, what I've learned is life insurance, property structured life insurance, generally whole life insurance, has been part of the fabric of wealth creation and wealth transfer for years, for generations, for decades, centuries even.
Oh, yeah.
But yet, in our modern economy, it almost gets a bad name, a bad rep, and people point at it and say, it's the worst thing you can have. It's buy term and invest the difference. So where does this mindset come from? Because you've seen both ends of that spectrum. Where does the mindset of insurance shouldn't be part of a wealth plan? And if it has to be part of a wealth plan, it should be kind of the least common denominator within that wealth plan versus what you've seen, wealthy people use insurance as a tool.
Absolutely. Well, it is interesting because I have been known to say that I think God created whole life.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yes, you can have some fun with that, no matter your persuasion in the spiritual realm. And it is interesting because whole life insurance was a very respected product. If you go back, like you said, even a century ago, so that would have been 1920s, right? And all the way up to about the 1940s, 50s, it was still a respected product. There are quotes that I could find, even if I can't source them 100% accurately right now, that said things in the public, like in the press, as an example, quote, again, with extended quotes, a financial plan is a whole life insurance policy and a mortgage.
Yeah.
Like in the 40s, that was an actual quote in the press. That's in the book called Pound Foolish. And so that's where we left off, if you will. In the 60s, the Certified Financial Planner designation and the College of Financial Planning in Denver was created. In the 70s, the 401k space was created, and the whole realm of Wall Street and mutual funds and Wall Street coming onto Main Street is in that space. And that is what caused a derailment because, as we're all well aware, you could put money in a 401k plan and see it double or triple, or you could put money in mutual funds and see it rise and rise and rise. And yeah, it shrunk, but people fell into this dream of the average rate of return actually equaled what their money did. And I know we're going to have some fun talking about the difference between average and actual. Nevertheless, it was at that time that whole life fell out of favor. And I'm grateful to say I think it's kind of coming back a little bit, but I spent my entire career being the red-headed stepchild of the financial services industry, no matter that I had all the fancy licenses and designations, et cetera, because whole life insurance, as you stated, just has a bad rap, or it certainly had one.
I agree. As I've looked into this idea of why life insurance has to be re-educated today, I used to believe that financial planning, it was kind of easy. My father was probably one of the last people in a generation that retired with a pension. But even in his generation, that was very few and far between. He worked for a very specific company that now no longer offers pensions, even though they're still in business. But back in the day, didn't it used to be, hey, go get a job, right? Whether you have vocation, ability, or you go to school and get a degree, but go get a job, work there for pretty much your career and retire with a pension. And if your pension doesn't, cover everything, Social Security is kind of a government, sponsored pension. And then your savings, predominantly in bank accounts, interest rates, and whole life insurance, that's the icing on the cake. There was no risk. There was no risking your money in the marketplace. But it wasn't until companies walked away from pensions and went to defined contribution plans that life insurance started to take a back seat. Give me a little bit of your philosophy on the history of retirement planning from then to now.
Sure. Well, it is interesting because the 401k, which is the now known as defined contribution plan, is actually called 401k savings plan.
That's fascinating. I didn't know that. A 401k
Yes.
savings plan. That's interesting.
Uh-huh. And I don't know, and you're probably aware, the creator of it is kind of embarrassed because he
Yeah.
really didn't intend it to do what it's done. But it's interesting to think about savings as a verb, as in the act of putting money away every month, and savings as a noun, the act of storing money.
Mhm.
And I think when we separate those two things out, we can start to get some clarity because, as you're well aware, even people like Robert Kiyosaki call savers losers. Well, which is he talking about? Is he talking about the noun or the verb, that storage of money or the act of putting it away? We also know, because of our capability with Todd Langford and Truth Concepts and calculators that can prove this, that in the first 10 years of somebody saving as a verb, it matters more what they put in than the interest rate that they earn on that money. It matters way more. And yet, still, people are so hungry for that investment instead of a savings account because the last probably 20 years, interest rates have been so low
Yeah.
and savings as a noun have been very, very sad. And so I get it. We're Americans. We want something for nothing anyway, right? We want to have awesome bodies, but not go to the gym. We want to feel great, but not eat properly. The list is endless. And so there's just a space there that has kind of collided to cause people to really get some wrong information going in their brains.
And the inputs then equal the outputs, which probably caused to the majority of the retirement problem and dilemma that we're facing is, garbage in, garbage out type of idea. Let's talk a little bit about your career, because Kim, you've been in the game of insurance for better part of 30 years, right? Are we going on 30 or 30 plus years?
Over 30, yeah.
Okay, so I want to go all the way back because I heard on one of your interviews or a podcast that you did, I can't remember where I heard this, but you actually started way back in the day milking dairy cows in grade school. And you worked hard, you learned the value of growing up on a farm and working with your hands, and you had this ethic about you, and you took that work ethic and you transferred it right into, like you mentioned earlier, the redheaded stepchild in life insurance. Tell me just a little, give us a little bit of perspective. What have you seen in the game of life insurance? How has it evolved or even devolved in the last 30 years that you've been involved?
Well, it is fun because right out of college, I actually worked for a bank for a couple years. And so as I was looking at the life insurance industry, and truly it was called even then the financial planning industry or maybe financial services, but this was the early 1990s. So banks did not have this capability. So in order to help people holistically, I had to get out of the banking environment and go to either a stock brokerage house or a life insurance agency that also sold mutual funds, et cetera. I did not know a thing about life insurance, absolutely nothing about it. So I'm doing these interviews. I'm learning the nuances between the stockbroker world and the life insurance world, because if I interviewed at a stock brokerage firm, I mean, I was 24 years old, blonde, female. I was getting slotted into a secretarial position immediately, and I didn't want that. Whereas if I went to the life insurance world, it was evident that I could become an agent and actually start to help clients right away. So I called a friend's mom who I knew was an estate planner, right? So if you're not looking at this, I put that in quotes because estate planning, we know, could mean an attorney, but in often cases, it meant somebody in the financial side of things as well. This lady was not an attorney. I don't remember technically whether she was a broker, agent, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But I asked her because I will admit that I also had a little bit of a spiritual hang up around life insurance. And that's because I grew up in a very spiritual household. We have a very specific perspective on life. And I mean life as a human life, but also as a spiritual or eternal, if you will, or even immortal life. And so I was conflicted in this space around utilizing life insurance. And so this friend's mom was of my spiritual background, so I knew that she would understand. I called her and I said, "What is this life insurance thing? You know, should I be concerned about it? Like, is it morally?" Literally, I was concerned about being morally okay. It's kind of funny now because you and I get that question sometimes, right? Like, I've
Absolutely.
heard it's a Ponzi scheme or, fill in the blank. And she said, "Kim, it's just a financial product. You utilize it in the right cases like you'd use any other financial product. Like, get over it. It's fine." So I fell into it, absolutely stumbled into it, and started early on working with universal life and variable universal life, and didn't understand the difference between those products and whole life. And, fast forward, but I'm sure we'll come back to that if necessary. It is interesting because I started to see what it could do. And whether there are nuances on the product, it wasn't relevant at that early stage in my career because I was able, because of my banking background, to really help a lot of people in this space early on. So, unlike someone that might kind of start early and small because they didn't have maybe a good network or whatever, I had 300 people to call. There were bank clients that would see me immediately without question. And so I was able to very quickly figure out this life insurance game and what worked and what didn't work.
I love that. I love that entry into it, and I love how you kind of stumbled into it. But I want to come back to it, the morality side of things, what you were concerned about, because I think you've done a really good job weaving in a much bigger picture into the concept of life insurance. And I want to come back to that. So don't let me forget that. But what I want to ask you right now, because you've alluded to this a couple of times, is most people, they think life insurance is kind of a safety net, right? But I've heard you say so many times that life insurance is, if it's done right, a wealth engine. So kind of give us, from what you've seen all the way in your time in universal life to whole life to working with agents, what have you seen? What's the difference between a life insurance policy that works for a client, an individual, or one that maybe doesn't help them produce as much wealth as they possibly could?
Well, it is very interesting to see, and obviously with history, we can see it, but we can also see it with math. The absolute impact, either positively or negatively, that the presence of life insurance can have on somebody's wealth. And this is why we talk about it as a wealth engine, because it doesn't matter what the rest of your wealth is in. It could be 401k plans, it could be real estate, it could be a business, it could be crypto, it could be myriad, other different variety or singular things. The addition of a whole life insurance product that is guaranteed to grow and guaranteed to pay out is an astronomical addition. It's an exponential addition. And what I mean by that is there are so many things that can be done when life insurance is present that could be done without it, but won't be done because of the freedom and the flexibility that the presence of the life insurance does. And just last sentence on this, it's the presence of the death benefit that does all this doing 90% of the time. Now, you and I spend a lot of time talking about cash value. And in the early years, cash value is the name of the game. Cash value is your account for today, if you will. I call it your emergency opportunity fund. It is absolutely a wealth building engine, the cash value part. But when it comes to the other side of life and people that are in their 70s and 80s and 90s and hundreds, which is going to become so common soon, it's more about cash flow from a distribution standpoint. Now, your community talks about cash flow from day one, as we should. Nevertheless, from a distribution standpoint, so many people get so caught up in this big pile of assets that they have, whatever they are made up of, and they just lose track of what the death benefit can do is a wealth distribution engine. So we've got the wealth building engine, and then we've got the wealth distribution engine. And then we can tie that guaranteed payout, because death is a guaranteed event. If we have a guaranteed payout, we can tie those two things together. That's where we get the exponential increase.
I love that. For our viewers, because you've got so much expertise in this, what does that mean? How do I, for lack of a better word, how do I monetize my death benefit while I'm still alive? How does that help me with my wealth plan?
Absolutely. Well, there's probably about 7 ways, but there's 4 or 5 that are really easy. So I can give specific examples. And the very first one is a reverse mortgage. So you've got a largely real estate oriented community. Reverse mortgage, again, is just a financial product. And holy cow, it has the same emotional baggage that a life insurance policy has. You have people that will literally say to you, I hate reverse mortgages. And my response is, what did they do to you?
What did they do to you? That's a fair question.
So, no different than people say, I hate life insurance. The same question, right? So here's the deal. As I was saying, anybody can do a reverse mortgage. But typically, people that don't have life insurance are not going to do a reverse mortgage because they are removing that asset from their beneficiaries. Because, assuming that they still live a long time and the reverse mortgage actually grows, there's a chance that the family would have to sell the home in order to pay the reverse mortgage off. And, frankly, the younger generation doesn't want your home anyway, but never mind that. The older generation thinks they want the home, and so they want to keep it. And so people typically will not do a reverse mortgage if they don't have a death benefit in place. But if they do have a death benefit in place, it is tax-free income.
Yeah,
reverse mortgages are tax-free income. Amazing. So that's one. And now a second one that is a little more difficult to explain, I'll do the best I can verbally, is what you would call a pay down. So if you think about $1 million account, and this is typically going to be a taxable account, not a 401k or pension or anything like that. Think of $1 million account, your typical retirement planner is going to say, let's take 3% or 4% or whatever interest rate they want to use, skim the cream off the crop for the person that put the money there. Well, the entire $1 million sits in the financial institution, earning money for that financial institution and just paying a little bit to the person that actually put the money there. Well, instead of doing that, again, with the presence of life insurance, because you have to have a backup plan, you're going to take that $1 million account and you're going to pay it down, meaning purposely reduce the principal over time. This is going to reduce taxes. So similar to the reverse mortgage that helps with taxes, a pay down helps with taxes. It's also going to reduce market volatility problems because you're literally paying it down. You're taking that $1 million account and shrinking it 900, 800, 700, 600 on purpose, usually over 10 to 15 to 20 years. Well, again, you're not going to do that if you don't have life insurance. And in this case, maybe the cash value backs us up also. But again, it's that death benefit because you're going to do this in your later years. That is a permission slip. If you're kind of struggling with this concept, that's a good way to think about it, is the death benefit is a permission slip for creating a pay down. The death benefit is a permission slip for creating a reverse mortgage. If that term doesn't work for you, you could think about it like a reliever. Like in the game of baseball, you have a pitcher and he goes out and throws as hard as he can because he knows he has a reliever. This is what the death benefit is doing. So again, remember, reverse mortgage 1, pay down 2. I can rattle on 2 or 3 others, but that's the idea.
I think it's fascinating, Kim, and I think that was the thing that kind of blew my socks off when I first got into the world of life insurance is the multifaceted tool that it can be when it's done right. And I know you're a big proponent of this. So let's talk a little bit about that. What do financial advisors, general typical financial advisors get wrong about life insurance? And then let's bring it over to the life insurance side because I think just as many life insurance agents misunderstand what they're actually selling to people. So what do they get wrong on both sides?
Well, it's truly a lack of education, which is very, very sad because the life insurance industry is at fault. The life insurance industry is not doing the education that it used to do. I used to go literally every day and attend classes and learn about how life insurance worked within other assets. That just flat out doesn't exist today. And if you go to a firm with typical financial advisors that are more the stock bond mutual fund kind, they get absolutely nothing in terms of utilizing life insurance, learning about life insurance, even understanding how life insurance works at a super high level. It is so looked down on or ignored. I think truly that's the more common these days. It's just flat out ignored. So you just have a dearth of lack of education, and it's so sad. I think that was a double negative. You have a lack of education that's causing the problems, and the industry is not doing anything about it.
Yeah. Do you, on the typical side, on the stereotypical financial planning side, the mutual funds, assets under management, why is it so prevalent? And I have a reason or in my mind, but I don't know if this is me being jaded or biased, but why is it so prevalent that whole life insurance is predominantly looked down upon? And when life insurance is used, many people default to the easiest sell, which is get some type of a market-based plan, universal life, index universal life. What are we getting wrong in those two scenarios?
I think the reason that it's looked down on is it takes away from the primary income source of the typical financial advisor, which, as you stated, is assets under management. And so for consumers in the world, people that are purchasing products, this is that 1 to 1.5% per year charge that your typical financial advisor, planner, asset manager, wealth manager person utilizes as his income. Anything that takes away from his ability to earn 1 to 1.5% off of your assets is going to be immediately discounted, looked down upon, ignored, what have you. And I believe that this business model will change drastically in the very near future. Nevertheless, for about the last 15 years, it has been the game. And you even have people at large life insurance companies and the agencies that represent them, the local groups, hundreds of people at life insurance agencies that are all assets under management people because that's where the money is. And frankly, it's where the easy money is, which answers your next question. Why does the universal life, the index universal life, become the default? Well, it's easy. It's so appealing to make a statement around how those products work that is borderline untrue, but it's really become a part of the lexicon of the language of these index universal life policies in particular that make it sound utterly fantastic. And then it goes with the whole desire for something for nothing. We want to put in a little bit and get a lot. And in those products, the attempt is made to put in a little bit and get a lot. And the guarantees, the longevity are completely overlooked and ignored. And, let's be frank, investments are super sexy to talk about, way fun. Like, I get it. And yet, those are the ones that can cause people problems. And we've gone on such a long bull run of late. It doesn't really matter what market you're talking about, real estate, stocks, mutual funds, bonds, crypto, you name it. It's all been pretty much up. And then, we had a couple crashes, 08, 09, right in there. But Prior to that, it was the same deal. It was pretty much up. I've heard that there is a 7-year period where people forget what's going on with their finances. 7 years. So
That's not very
no
long in the
wonder everybody
context of
thinks,
wealth.
yeah,
So, I wanted to refuse that. I wanted to refuse to believe that in the beginning, that people's financial advice was driven off self-motivation versus, intrinsic value to the person that they're serving. But the more I've seen, the more I agree with you on that. That most financial advice is given based on what do I get first and what's left over for you to make it just good enough that you'll keep giving me your money. And that's sad. It's really sad to see that. And I think this is where you and Todd, and for those of you that don't know, Kim Butler, and we should get Todd on this summit as well, but Kim is married to a human calculator. I didn't know that these people existed until I met Kim's husband, but Todd and Kim developed a software, and I think this kind of brings back in some of the morality that you kind of entered the industry with. But your software is called Truth Concepts, and it's a series of calculators unmatched, unrivaled, unlike anything on the market. And the whole vision behind these calculators are to help people make truthful, factual, principle-based financial decisions and see the truth behind financial products, insurance included. So tell me a little bit about the vision behind Truth Concepts and how does this empower people, everyday people, to make more informed, real, truth-based financial decisions?
absolutely. Well, it is an interesting story. So Todd, in his very early years in college, even still, was just a natural computer geek. And even though his college degree is in biology, he worked for an estate planner at the time.
Another quotation mark.
Yes, thank you. Who was on the life insurance side. And so Todd, PCs were brand new. Laptops were $5,000 and weighed a ton, but they were a thing then. And so Todd just really took to that. And so he, in helping his estate planner boss, tried to disprove some of the information that they were being told, which is a really interesting perspective. So here you have a centuries old product. Whole life insurance has been around for a couple centuries in the US, longer than that in Europe. And they were being told some information and they were not sure of it. So Todd went after disproving it. And in that effort, ended up proving its effectiveness.
That's phenomenal. I had no idea. So he tried to disprove it, but the math proved the validity of that's fascinating. I didn't know that.
And what's extra cool is they did that around a few other things. So it's, as you're well aware, Truth Concepts is not just about life insurance. It also tackles things like mortgages. Well, as we all know, a very common bank line is to do a 15-year mortgage as opposed to a 30-year mortgage because it's more efficient. So he heard that maybe a 30-year mortgage is more efficient, and he went after disproving that and ended up proving it. Then you have the whole qualified retirement plan arena, 401k, 403b, IRA, and all the myriad names that go with it. Same idea. That was the best thing since sliced bread. Let me see if I can disprove that. Oh, wait a minute. In this case, I did disprove it, Todd, because I am very conceptual. Todd is very numerical. And so what's been so interesting for him and his mentors now long passed on, and so now for me, I play the conceptual role kind of like his mentor did in the past, is to see all of these areas, both proven and disproven, and to be able to, without a shadow of a doubt, know, K-N-O-W, what we are sharing is correct and that we can prove it literally a whole bunch of different ways. Like if you want to come at it from the left side, we got you. If you want to come at it from the right side, the top, the bottom, combined with something else, it really doesn't matter. There's a set of principles, you used that word early on, that drive economics, financial economics. We tend to use the word finance and personal finance and financial, but it's really our economy that we're talking about. So there is a set of principles that drive economics, and with Todd's calculators and tools, we are able to prove every single one of them. And holy cow, does that help us conceptual people be able to share that information? And while we may or may not use the calculators with a client, especially one that's also conceptual, we know that we can back up what we are saying.
I love that. I'll never forget. It's probably been over a decade ago, maybe 11, 12 years ago. I came to a truth concept seminar. I believe it was in Houston. I can't remember if it was in Houston where I came to. But Todd, in a room full of maybe 15, 20 of us, was teaching these calculators. And I remember he said something that I still remember to this day. Math, it might hurt your feelings, but it doesn't lie, right? And at the end of the day, I think so many of the decisions that we predominantly make around money are emotional. They're emotionally driven, and we are easily persuaded by our feelings based on charts, slogans, graphics, all of that kind of stuff. And I remember Todd went through a calculator that fundamentally broke my brain, and it was the simplest of all calculators, but it really showed the difference between an average return, what everyone thinks they're earning whenever they invest, a quotation market for us. They invest their money in mutual funds and stock markets and things like that, and an actual return. So talk a little bit about the difference and why so many people think one thing is happening emotionally, but the math is really something else is happening behind the scenes. What's the difference between average and actual?
Well, it is a mathematical equation, and us human beings love short sentences. So this is one of those things that has become a lie that is easier to tell because it's a short sentence than the truth, which is a long sentence or even a whole paragraph, right? So the quote average rate of return is parroted, like just spoken as if it was absolutely positively the case. Average rate of return of the S&P 500 or the real estate market or the crypto or whatever it is, average rate of return, average rate of return. Like that is such a common statement. And the challenge is that average can be mathematically correct. When we take a bunch of numbers, we add them up and we divide by however many numbers we have, that's a mathematically correct average. The problem is that money doesn't operate that way. So probably the easiest example is to think about a typical mutual fund that's going to do the roller coaster ride, right? Up, 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 down, 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 up, 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 down, down, down. Well, you take those 5 years, sums up, sums down, you add them up, you divide by 5. You're going to get a mathematical average, and it's going to be accurate. However, if you take $1, so like a lump sum at the beginning, or $8 million, it doesn't matter, but you take $1 and you do the math of that up, 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 down, 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 up, 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 down, 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 you will not get that mathematical average. You will get what the dollar actually is. Alternatively, you could take $1 every year. So the idea of dollar cost averaging, right? And put that in. And again, you will not get, even though you have averaged out over time, you are not going to get that mathematical average because a dollar, when it goes up, 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 you're okay. But when it gets into that down the mountain slide of down, 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 or even down 1 year, that dollar loses value. And it takes usually twice the rate of return to get back to level. And then, of course, you've got to go up again. So just remember this: average is not actual. Average is not actual. And when you hear things like the average rate of return is X, you must understand that that's not actual. It is not what your money is doing. Your money is being impacted in a different way because of the way that dollars go through that mathematical equation, which is not what math does when it goes through that equation.
It was
Dollars
fascinating.
versus numbers.
It's crazy because I remember Todd went through a more extreme example than is likely to happen in the market, but it proved the points. Over a 4-year period of time, someone could average an annual rate of return average of 25%, but have a $0 actual return in terms of what your account actually did. And to have those two numbers, because everyone believes emotionally I'm getting an average return of 8, 9, 10% in the market, but the actual numbers are far, far different than the average. And what makes it even harder, right, is you can't spend average returns when you get ready to retire, and that complicates the math problem even more when you go down that rabbit hole. So let's switch gears. Kim, you've been in the game for such a long time. What are the wealthy doing with life insurance? What do the wealthy use whole life insurance specifically for?
Well, interestingly enough, the first thing that they use it for is what everybody can and should use it for, even your younger person that just has $100 a month to save. And that is an emergency slash opportunity fund. Now, a lot of people are going to have an emergency fund of small dollars, somewhere in a bank or buried in the mattress or wherever they have it. But for those bigger emergencies, and more importantly, for opportunities, which, like, how high is up, right? That emergency opportunity fund is a job that the cash value of whole life insurance does extremely well because it's private, it's not taxed, and it is available to you immediately, no questions asked. So the wealthy just have bigger zeros on it because the wealthy understand that cash flow issues do not go away. They just get bigger zeros on them. Somebody young might be struggling with a $10,000 cash flow issue. Somebody with wealth might be struggling with a million or billion cash flow issue, right? So as you expand your wealth, that emergency opportunity fund must get bigger and bigger and bigger, especially if you're expanding your wealth in things like businesses and real estate that are not liquid. The more of that kind of thing you have, the more liquidity that you want to have, and you want that liquidity stored as efficiently and effectively as possible. So that emergency slash opportunity fund, and the reason I insist on both words is we do not want to continue to think about emergencies. We want to fill that emergency fund, whatever level it is, 10,000, 100,000, a billion. It doesn't matter what the numbers are. Fill it, cross it off your list, consider it done, and then keep building that opportunity fund because, as we know, people with cash will have the capability of taking advantage of opportunities. If you don't have the cash, sometimes it's hard to see the opportunities. So that's the first thing they do. And then the second thing, as stated, is this presence of the death benefit idea. So to come full circle, what they'll start to do up there in those later years is seek a death benefit equal to their gross worth, not net worth, gross worth. So let's say somebody has $10 billion of assets and they have $9 billion of liabilities. They would say that their net worth was $1 billion. Take out zeros if you need to. Well, their gross worth is 10 billion. And I know, not at quite those levels, but I know of people that have absolutely gotten approved for their gross worth when they had massive, massive debt, because that is the human life value of a family. And so the wealthy families understand this. And then there's one additional thing that they do, and that is they purchase life insurance on all generations. So I just came back from a very special trip with our family, 4 generations, my dad, who owns life insurance, and my grandchildren, who are 6 months old and a year and a half old, rough numbers. And there is life insurance owned on all 4 of those generations. And that's what the wealthy do. They just keep rolling in the game and they build a portfolio of policies, just like people build a portfolio of real estate or crypto or stocks or whatever their thing is.
I love that, Kim. I love that. Oh, portfolio of policies. I love that. And then that barbell approach of opportunity, but as well as protection and what did you call it? Security, like reserves, that type of thing. Putting
Yeah.
those 2 together.
Yeah. Emergencies and opportunities.
Emergencies and opportunities. Because, man, I totally agree with you, especially if you're going to hold illiquid assets, which, my friends, we're talking about real estate a lot in this seminar. The permission slip, to use Kim's word, of you taking on leverage and buying an illiquid asset that has asymmetric upside is liquidity. It is reserves. And wealth is a function, what I've learned, it's a function of time, right? And the only way you get what's available with time is by staying in the game long enough to experience the asymmetric upside. So I love that balancing act. So Kim, to kind of wrap this up, you've coined a term, and I think this was what first drew me to you, because I just love the way you think. And I think this kind of brings in a little bit more of that morality that we talked about in the beginning. But the term that you've coined to talk about economics in general is prosperity economics. And it's an alternative to more traditional thinking where it's a limited sum. It's, accumulate a little bit of money, then distribute a little bit of money and hope you don't run out. Prosperity economics flips everything on its head. So talk a little bit about the philosophy of prosperity economics, and then specifically with life insurance, how does that fit into expanding the pie versus limiting the pie?
Well, I am truly grateful for the coinage of the term. I don't remember when or how it popped into my head, but I too love it. So that's a neat thing that I hope is helpful for people. I think we like to name things, and it's helpful to have a name to apply to what we do, because as you stated, it is much more than just life insurance. Now, life insurance is pretty foundational, has a pretty big impact on everything, and I believe that absolutely everybody can benefit from it, yet not everybody can qualify to get it. And so we have to have other elements of that prosperity economics environment. And as I was saying earlier, when we look at our money as an economy, our family economy, if you will, money coming in, money coming out, that's the cash flow part, money growing, money distributing, that's more cash flow part. It's so important to understand that we need to have those dollars act like an economy. And one of the things that economically must happen is that money must move. We all remember what happened in 2020 when money did not move in our worldwide economy. Well, in our personal economy, it's no different. I remember a time when I've shared this story publicly before. I was really, really stuck. I don't remember actually what was going on at the time. This is probably 15 years ago, but I just felt so stuck economically. I got on kiva.org, which was a brand new thing at the time, and donated 25 bucks. I just wanted to get money moving again, right? And we forget that when we put money in 529 plans, it stops moving. When we put money in 401k plans, it stops moving. When we prepay mortgages, it stops the money moving. Whereas with life insurance, the money can keep moving, because as we know, we can borrow against it and get it to go do other things. And this is why that engine term is so applicable. It's a wealth building engine, it's a wealth creation engine. It keeps the dollars flowing, just like blood in our bodies needs to flow, water in the oceans needs to flow. It's all the exact same concept. Now, the word prosperity, which I will admit I adore, and everything associated with it. In fact, if you look at my branding, I have lots and lots of words that start with the P for prosperity, indicates that it's also our mindset. So we want prosperous dollars, but we want prosperous lives. And so that starts in our thinking, then it goes into our actions, in our relationships, how we're dealing with the people, et cetera, et cetera. And so to put those two terms together helps people understand that there is a thinking that can occur that develops prosperity well beyond money. It develops it in our legal obligations, in our relationships with our family members, in our conversations, in our thoughts, and in our actions. And if you want to add the spiritual element too, it's in that space as well. And so to me, prosperity economics says it all. It covers absolutely every element of life in a very foundational way with very specific principles. And if anybody's curious, at prosperityeconomics.org, you can see 12 principles that are applicable to anybody's financial realm, whether they are 20 years old and could save $100 a month, or add on the zeros, however many years old and many, many millions or billions of dollars. Prosperity economics principles apply, and they are applicable.
Yeah, and Kim, I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for that, because I think before I met you, I compartmentalized a lot of my life, my financial life, my physical life, my spiritual life. It was, I do that on this day at this time, I do that on this, at this hour of this day. But I think what you helped me start to consider is just a fluid, a holistic approach to wealth, and how money can be a tool to build and live a life that matters today with the right flow, with the right system, and how investing in my mindset, my spirituality, both with my time, attention, and monetary resources adds to the quality, the prosperity of my life. And I've always resonated with the way you approach economics and the way you bring the topic of money and just expand it to where it's really more of it's a holistic tool across the board. So I want to say thank you for that. Everyone needs to go check out Kim and prosperity economics, everything she talks about. I'm going to ask you a final question. And, this question really leads to the heart of what this summit is all about. I believe people are struggling right now. And, the next 10 years of our life, they're going to go by one way or the other. We can be victims, we can be reactionary, or we can be victors and proactive in the next 10 years. So I want you to imagine, Kim, with all of the knowledge, the wisdom that you still have that right here. That's your greatest asset. But let's say we took everything else away from you. No money in the bank, no farm, no investments, all the things that you built up inside of your financial empire. We take all that away, and you've got 10 years. Over the next 10 years, you can work, you can earn, you can save, and you can invest. But after 10 years, you can never work or trade time for money again. And whatever you've built during that 10 years has to support and sustain the lifestyle that you want for the rest of time. Walk us through this hypothetical scenario. What would you do if you were starting fresh today?
Absolutely. Without a shadow of a doubt, I would take 10 to 15% of my earnings, possibly even 20% of any kind of earnings, investment earnings, man at work earnings, you name it, and purchase whole life insurance. It is the foundation of a strong economy. And if we think in terms of percentages, we can assimilate this quicker. So let's just say 10 to 20% of my earnings would purchase whole life to build the foundation of my economy. And it's no different than building a home. You cannot build a 2, 3, 4, 10-story home or building if you do not have a solid foundation. And those that do typically pay for it. And I have seen this happen over and over and over and over and over in my career, where people put 100% of their capability into investments in some form or fashion, only to have turned around and lost the majority of it. And if they had just skimmed a little bit of cream off the crop, to go back to the milking analogy,
Yeah.
and purchase that strong, boring, yet extremely effective asset known as whole life insurance to be the foundation of their wealth, that emergency opportunity fund, they actually may have an equal amount of assets. They may even have a little bit less. Yet, with Todd Langford's calculators, we can prove that even somebody with a little less assets and life insurance will have higher income in the latter part of their life than somebody with more assets but no permanent life insurance. And so I've just seen it. I mean, somebody asked me the other day, like, why are you so into life insurance? Like, did somebody die in your family early? No, I don't even have that many death claims because my clientele's fairly young. I mean, literally, like less than 5. I don't have any abnormal story about it at all that has driven it into my heart, other than seeing what it does as emergency opportunity funds for families over and over and over and over and over and over and over, and seeing what it does not do when it's not present.
Well, there you have it, friends. Kim, I could talk to you for the rest of the day. I love just the way you break things down and make them so simple. You're just such a phenomenal educator and teacher. I want to say thank you again for being the light in this insurance world. You have inspired so many people, including myself. And I want to say thank you for sharing your expertise with everyone here. My friends, Kim just gave you a roadmap of how protection actually fuels production, how protection and a foundation sits at the groundwork, at the foundation of a well-structured financial plan. So, Kim, any final words of wisdom before we close it off?
Keep learning, keep growing, and keep serving.
Mic drop right there, my friends. Kim, thank you very much for a wonderful, wonderful conversation around wealth and prosperity.
All right, we are back. Thank you so much, Kim, for the wonderful, wonderful advice and feedback. And one of my favorite things about that she talks about and shares is the fact that we're going to be different people by the end of this, right? You are. Um, my wife and I will laugh a lot about those pop songs that are like they're singing about like these love songs that are like I loved you and then you changed, and they're like downplaying change. It's like, well, of course I changed. So one of my there was a guy I grew up with. He's like, you changed, man. I'm like, yeah, duh. I didn't like diapers. We're all going to change. We're all going to grow. And one of the coolest things about this path, you'll find that your personal growth explodes when you are active about it, right? Of course you're going to change. You're going to grow. You will literally be a different person by the end of this. And if you're like, I'm not, that's not at the disparagement or the making fun of who we currently are now, but it's something to expect. Yeah, you have to grow. Yeah, you have to change. And to accept that is a big deal. So this next person we're going to bring on is one of my all-time favorite speakers on the entire planet. I've shared to the stage with him several times. I've been in the audience several times when he gets on. He always gets me super pumped up. The guy looks like he could run through a wall. He's an incredible, incredible man. His name is Satema. Satema was a Super Bowl winning NFL player. And when he went and left, for the next 10 years, he kind of struggled in the entrepreneurship space and then has popped out, and he has coached so many people through crazy transformations in their lives. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited to bring him on. You will be a different person, right? The future you is doing things that you're not quite doing yet, right? And that's no real shock when you think about it. However, what if there's a way to collapse that time, right? Freedom is still something you have to pay for, and it's the cost is the current version of you. And so with that, I'm super excited. Guys, put your hands together, stretch. This is going to be a great one. We're really pumped about this. And by the way, right before I bring him on here, we will have a VIP session right after this. If you want to ask any questions, if you want to go ask anything at all, your current situation, how does this work for me, or I'm running into these things, right? Go to retireintenyears.com/VIP. Their VIP package is highly underpriced. I told them it was like $47, ridiculous, but it's $47. Come any situation, and I dare you to try to stump Ryan. Ask all the hardest questions you possibly can. That's what I had everyone do last night as well in the last VIP session, and it was amazing. Was that awesome last night? The VIPs, oh, it's incredible. But anyways, with that, let's learn how we can even more easily sacrifice the current version of ourselves to attain our future outcomes faster and collapse time. Everyone, push our hands together for Satema Gali.
Okay, most people want freedom, but here's the thing. Few are willing to pay the price to create it. In this episode, in this video today, I'm going to be sitting down with really a mentor of mine, someone who I've followed it very closely his life, Satema Gali. He's a former NFL champion turned elite coach and speaker whose life journey from Super Bowl glory to bankruptcy to spiritual and financial rebirth is proof that anything is possible when you commit fully. In this interview, we're going to dive into the real cost of freedom, the price of discipline, desire, delayed gratification, and the intentional building of wealth over time. Satema's going to break down the consequences of choosing comfort today and the pain that it creates tomorrow, and how to reverse it with purpose, with power, and with a financial IQ. And ultimately, what we're going to be going into is a concept that Satema has revolutionized, has breathed life into over the last 10 years, the game changer. So with all of that being said, Satema, my friend, welcome to the interview with me today.
Man, it's so good to be here. Thank you for having me. A blessing and an honor. Thank you. I'm looking forward to this.
Satema, you've got a powerful story. When people think about the highs of the highs, you've been on those high peaks. You've felt what it's like to be a champion, to be a winner. And you've also felt what it's like shortly after that to go to the very bottom of a cliff once again. So I want to kind of start from the beginning, if you're open to it. And I want to talk about the athletic success that you've gained from Super Bowl champion to getting knocked back down to where you had to go back to work after being a Super Bowl champion. Can you kind of walk us back through where all of this idea of the game changer began?
Yeah. So it actually starts when I was 19 years old. I'm on an airplane in the South Pacific. I'm a missionary from a church, and we call it a mission president. He hands me a book called 7 Habits of Highly Effective People by Stephen Covey.
Man, that's a good book.
I opened that book up, and man, you want to talk about like the spirit of God just coursing through me. And he talks about a paradigm shift in that book, and I'm like, oh, like this book is fire. I'm like,
Mm.
dude, and I'm like, have you read 7 Habits? And people are like, dude, get away from me. I'm like, no. And I remember just thinking to myself, I'm going to write a book like this. I'm going to write multiple books like this that change lives. So that was really kind of the beginning point. Go to college, go to the NFL, win a Super Bowl with the Patriots. And I come home, right, short career, and I start doing mortgages and real estate. Now, I always wanted to do what I'm doing now, but back 20 years ago, there was no courses like there are today. Like you can find a course on anything. So I started doing mortgages because that, the NFL money was like, hey, I kind of like having money in my bank account.
Yeah.
A few years into the mortgage and real estate industry, I think like a lot of people, you build a success, like you climb that ladder, and then it's just like the phrase that says, just make sure the ladder's leaning against the right wall and not the wrong wall. I found myself 4 years into this industry having done really, really well. Like money was not an issue, but my heart and my soul knew, like this ain't it. I'm meant to do more. Nothing wrong with mortgages and money and real estate money. I mean, believe me, when you got that kind of money rolling into the account, whether it's just not an issue, you would think like, oh, I've arrived, but I knew there's something more for me to do. I knew like I'm supposed to be in the domain of coaching and inspiring and unleashing human potential. So, of course, the '08 recession hits, and we start to lose everything. And I say everything. I had a great portfolio of real estate around the country. I had to short sell and get out of those. Cars got repossessed. We went from our 6,000 square foot home. We had just built an 8,000 square foot home, getting ready to move into that. We end up in a 900 square foot townhome.
Mm.
And there's no food. I mean, this is on food stamps, government assistance, EBT. I'm like, just a couple of years ago, we had all this money, and like, and when you get beat down, right? And when you get beat down, after a while, you start to doubt yourself. Well, it just came to a point where we couldn't even pay the rent. The rent was like nothing. And I grab my Super Bowl ring. I jump on a flight. I'm crying the whole way because if anyone's ever, to get to a Super Bowl, to get to the NFL is hard, but to get to the playoffs is more difficult. To win the big game, right? It's a handful of guys every year that get a Super Bowl ring, get a championship ring. I give my ring up, I sell it, he gives me cash. Nothing, like I couldn't get out of the hole that I was in. So by 2010, file a bankruptcy, big bankruptcy. Like we're scraping by. I'm borrowing money from my parents. I'm in my mid to late 30s, and I'm like, are my best days behind me? And I always share this because there's people who would listen to whether it's your story or my story or someone's story that you're probably there, right? You're like, you're getting beat down, you're losing, you can't figure out how to win, nothing's working, and you might be questioning yourself. And my words are always like, you're just at the beginning now. Like you're just beginning. It's the beginning. Because now you get to see what you're really made of, and you get to see how much grit and how much power and like how serious you are about building the thing and living your calling.
Man, that is such a powerful story. I mean, that statement that gave me chills as you said it, are my best days behind me. I mean, how many people listening to this right now, watching this right now, probably feel a version of that sentiment? Are the best days, are the best years, are the best memories of my life, are they behind me? And you talk about having to hit the bottom. I mean, man, you went to the top, Super Bowl ring, handful of guys in the history of the world have got that, and you had to sell that thing for cash, and then to come all the way back down to the bottom to declare bankruptcy and feel like you were really losing everything. But you found something at the bottom. You found something in the hero's journey at the abyss. Tell me a little bit about what you found, because I think this is what's inspired your calling today. It's a calling you've always had, but maybe you just found the courage to tap into it. Tell me a little bit about what you found in the darkest moments of your life.
There was a decision. There was this moment of decision. where I had to decide because I wasn't working out as much. I didn't look the way I looked. I wasn't in shape anymore. I was just kind of letting things go. And I'd show up to church with a smile on my face. I show up and the decision in the moment was you either stay on your trajectory and you can say you played football and made great money in the mortgage days. Okay, so you made a few $1,000,000 in the mortgage and you lost it all. You could say that down the road, and your kids will talk about how football was your thing. Or you can pick yourself up, you can dust yourself off, roll your sleeves up, and you go to work and you fight and you claw and you do everything that is necessary and required. And I was like, I remember it was like 2011, spring of 11. I'm like, and I was praying to God. I'm like, God, I'll do anything. Like, I just know I'm supposed to do something great with my life. I know that. That's why I say this, because I know people feel that, those desires that never turn off. And I always say the desires are divine. They really are. When you have these desires to just really help and make a difference, they're divine. That's like the God's way of whispering, like, don't give up. Don't give up. So that's what I found was like, I found the piece of me that just said, I'd rather like go to my grave fighting and clawing and being committed and like in this battle for greatness and for excellence rather than sit on my couch reminiscing about the good old days.
Yeah.
And once I made that decision, and once I said, God, I promise you, if you tell me where to go, I will do whatever. And then it's funny, like a week later, I get a call from someone over at Vivint. He'd been trying to recruit me for like two years earlier. He recruited me every year. This was going to be the third shot at it. And he's like, I just think you'd really do great at this door-to-door thing. I'm like, really, God? Like door-to-door?
Yeah.
Really? And so, yeah, that's what I found at the bottom was just that fight again. Like, I'm not going to go. And it was all the fight of, I don't want my sons to see their dad as the guy who peaked in college in his 20s. I didn't want my parents to be like, well, we sacrificed to come to this country. Cool that our son did football, but then he did nothing with the rest of his life. I did not want to go before God and have him say, I told you, I gave you the desires. What, what happened? So I just knew there was a very sacred duty and a moral obligation to keep going, to keep fighting. And to anyone out there who has those same feelings and sentiments, I'm telling you, man, like the desires are divine. They're very divine. So don't stop. Don't quit.
Man, I love that. I don't think I've heard too many people say what you just said right there, that our desires are divine. And I truly believe that, Satema. When I can truly tap into the thing that lights me up, that drives me, that excites me, that motivates me more than anything, that desire is driving me to become the person that I can become to fulfill that desire. And I think a lot of times we feel like our desires might be somewhat selfish, right? But at the end of the day, if our desires are divine, they're going to put us on the door, knocking doors, or wherever the path leads us, right? To magnify those desires and become the person we're capable of. Now, I want to highlight something that you did, because this might come secondary to you because you've made a lot of powerful decisions in your life. But where does someone find the courage, the clarity, and the conviction to make that life-defining decision? To say, look, it doesn't matter what it takes. It doesn't matter how long it's going to, take. It doesn't matter what I have to do, but I've decided I'm going all in on this desire that I have. How does someone make that life-changing, pivotal decision?
Yeah. I remember, man, excuse me. You talk about these things and it just takes me back,
Yeah.
And I remember I was sitting in this townhome in Pleasant Grove, Utah, and I hated it. I hated it. The closet wasn't even a walk. I mean, this is how bad I'm a big dude. There's no walk-in closet. I'm like, I can't even fit in the doors. It's just like so small. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And I remember sitting there, and it was like I was like kind of like dreaming. I was like laying on my bed, and I was just thinking like, "Okay, September, you keep trying and you keep trying." And I saw like these two paths. Like it's like there's I want to say Robert Frost, right? Two paths diverged in the woods, right?
Yeah.
Well, I saw one path, which is what I call the default future. And most people, this is what I do as a coach. I'm like, I help people to see the truth
Mm.
because most people are very delusional. Oh, I'm gonna do great. I'm excited. I'm like, let's be real. No, you're not. Let's just tell the truth. You're not gonna go do it. Okay. And I was looking at this with that set of eyes, like, okay, one path is I settle and I just throw in the towel and I look at that future and I saw an overweight, unhappy whose boys, you know, I'm the leader of my family. So the speed of the team is the speed of the leader. So I'm
Mm.
like, oh, so I'm going to be this guy who peaked in his 20s, whose boys might hate me and might shine because they're like, I don't want to be like my dad. I saw my parents, um, just like disappointed, like sad that their son had so much talent. And I saw this future down there. I just fast forwarded like 20 to 30 years. And I was like, oh heck no. Like I don't like that. I don't want that. Like there was a piece of me that's like, I will rather go through the pain of transformation and the pain of change than to take that pain, that default future. And once I said that, I thought back again, I remembered. I love like Christian scriptures, like remember, 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 retain in remembrance. And it was like, dude, I had seen God work miracles in my life. I had seen miracles. And I'd seen myself overcome major adversities. And I'd seen like the power of belief and the power of declaration and goal setting and mindset. And so I'm like at this crossroad. I'm like, settle, be good with the comfort, like be good with just being this overweight Polynesian guy who just is like, it's like everyone else, or take a chance
Mm.
and go, quote, build the boat to cross the ocean to get to the promised land. Go climb to the top of the mountain every day to talk with God and just like, what do you have to lose? You can fail going after excellence and greatness, or you're going to fail doing nothing. I'm like, well, I'm going to take my chances fighting the battle. I'm going to take my chances crossing the ocean. And that's what it was. I did not want to face my future mediocre self. I was like, no, nah, nah, nah. And so I took it. I took the chance. I took a leap of faith, and here we are, man.
Man, I love that. Satem, I think you're tapping into so much powerful psychology. Humans have this unique ability to look into the future, right? And when you look into the future, anything is possible. No one gets to write your future except you. And I think a lot of people, they're afraid to look into the future. They're afraid of what they might see. It's uncomfortable to, to really honor that desire and project it out to the future. What would your life look like, feel like, and be like if you just chased your dreams, right? That's uncomfortable for people to do. And when I talk to people about money specifically, I always talk to them about you get to choose your hard, right? And I think you're talking a little bit about this. You can choose easy today, right? Don't save, don't be disciplined, don't try to prepare for the future. And then you're hard by default, you're gonna have to face the consequences when you're in your 40s, 50s, and 60s. Or you can choose to have a little bit of discipline today, let that discipline compound over a long enough period of time, and then you get to live the life that you want on passive income coming in. So, why do so many people, right, as you coach all of these coaches and people that want to level up inside of their life, why do so many people say they want something, but few are actually willing to pay the price to get it?
Such a great question. It's like the billion-dollar question because it's tough. Like I mean, we talk about easy, hard, easy. In my home all the time too. Like I keep telling my sons, do the hard, necessary, required first things first now.
Mm,
Your
mm,
life will be easier later. But if you go easy, hard, easy video games, eat whatever, don't train your body, don't do the spiritual disciplines, avoid church. And I promise you, in a decade or two, you'll look back and say, "Oh, I see where I went off track." And I say not to say you couldn't change your life down the road, but the reason why people, in my perspective and from what I've seen, it requires like so much it requires a dog in you, like a sports metaphor, like you got to have that dog. It requires something that most people are not willing to give or to do or to overcome. It's tough. Like, look, I'll be so real with you, I'll go meet with people, and there's a part of me that's very kind, and I'm like, hey, you can do that. And if they say, "Hey, will you be honest with me?" I'm like, "Yeah." And like, "Do you think I was like, I'll cut them off mid-sentence. No, hell no.
Mm,
You ain't doing it. And they're like, "What?" I'm like, "You can't even get up early. You can't even save your money. You can't even go to the gym. You think you're going to go build a 7, 8 figure empire? Who are you kidding?" It's hard. And it's like, this. If people would just say, "Okay, I know it's hard." Again, this is on the internet all the time. Choose your hard, choose your hard.
yeah.
I'm like, it is. Choose the transformation and the heart and the discipline. And like I'm doing a bodybuilding competition right now. So it feels amazing to be lean. I'm down like 40, almost 40 pounds from the top of my bulk. And I'm like, there's days, Ryan, where I'm like, I see why most people would never do this. I want to eat ice cream and I want to eat some cheese and a quesadilla and some sour cream. I want to eat an In-N-Out burger right now with it washing down with like a Dr. Pepper. In the small moment, if I deviate, I've all of a sudden it sets me back. And most people are not willing to cut off and to be disciplined and to say,
Mm,
I will embrace the hard stuff. So if people just get really honest, like, and say, hey, I'm gonna, again, these are all these cliches we see online today because of social media. If I'll just do what most people won't do, you can live how most people will never live, and you can have what most people will never have. And I always say it's so much easier because most people, they quit. They don't have the skin, the thickness, the grit, the heart for it.
yeah, man. I'll tell you what. I'm just gonna be honest with you. When Melissa called and said, "Hey, man, I want to set up an interview with Satem," I'm like, "Hey, cool. As long as he shows up with his shirt off, because I've been following your journey, man. I've been following your journey. You look so ripped right now, dude. You look so good. So that discipline
Thank
is
you.
paying off. I want to go back though. I want to go back a little bit because here's something that I don't think we as humans understand. I mean, we understand it, but I think we forget it. Like you're talking about in the scriptures, remember, remember, remember. When you were a Super Bowl champion, right? It was the discipline, it was the sacrifice, it was the work, it was the unrelenting pursuit of greatness that led you to that moment. And all of that sacrifice, all of that grit, all of that grind, I have to imagine that's what made the validation of the Super Bowl win worth it. It's what made it mean something to you other than just a regular football game in the backyard on a Saturday. So if we want greatness, and the only way we get greatness is to pay the price that greatness requires, why do we have a hard time keeping those two things linked together?
I go back to it's painful. We are so wired for comfort. We are so wired to stay alive. We are wired to want to eat the ice cream and the chocolate and the soda and the sugar. And like, there's certain things that just what I would call like kind of the natural man or kind of the carnal, just the human being in us just likes. And we, especially now more than ever, we live in the microwave society of like, I
Mm,
want it now. I gotta
yeah.
have it now. The internet's taking an extra 10 seconds. I remember having dial-up. These kids have no idea that noise that the phone used to make. Hey, I'm on the internet. Hang the phone up, and if the DoorDash is gonna be like, oh, it's gonna take 55 minutes. I'm like, y'all kids are spoiled.
Yeah.
And so why do people not link that? Because I really truly believe people, they lose focus and they forget what they really want. My mind's going to scriptures right now. Jacob and Esau, right? One of these guys sells the birthright for a mess of pottage. Someone gives up the kingdom for a few moments of pleasure. Someone doesn't win the overall bodybuilding because he wants to eat something and cheat on his meal here and there. The moment you forget, and again, going back to scriptures, like They did forget. We can learn a lot from people who forget, hey, I said I wanted this. I said I was going to be there. I said I wanted this. Let me remember why. So when the temptation or the obstacle or the dragon shows up, I can slay the dragon.
Mm.
Right? I can do that. And it's this constant game of remembering. So in my kitchen, I had this thought last night because I'm like, oh man, it's been tough. Ryan, it's like I just want to eat. So I'm good for like 4 days, 5 days, and my body starts to chisel out. And then I'm like, oh, maybe I can have a little ice cream today. And I can hear my trainer is like, if it's not on the meal plan, do not eat it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna put pictures up. I'm gonna print color pictures of bodybuilders. I know, and I'm gonna put them on in my pantry and on my fridge. I'm gonna put them around so I can see and remember.
Mm.
That is what I want. That right there. This is what I want. And when it comes to money, I think people forget. Like, oh, we say we want the retirement and the X amount of dollars coming in and the passive and the travel. But why does that even matter when we're kind of comfortable right now? Like sometimes we just like that sounds good, but we forget. So if we can remember what and why, what we wanted and why it matters. And then again, it's back to it's not sexy. It's like there's a discipline and a commitment required every single day. And if you can do that over an extended amount of time and compound that, you live such a different life versus those who don't.
Yeah, I love that, Satem, and I think you kind of hit on a little nugget in there I want to pull out because you've been a coach, you've been a mentor, you've been a guide for some of the people I respect and admire the most in life. I mean, some of the people that I, I ask them, how did you achieve what you achieved? How did you do it? And they'll tell me all the things they did, but then they'll tell me about the accountability that they had, and a lot of times you're behind that. And you've been coaching people to greatness for so long that I don't know if I'm sure you take it for granted sometimes, but you're here because you have a vision and a calling inside of you. That vision pulled you out of the deepest, darkest moments and led you on a journey that has been transformational for you and now transformational for so many people. But when you're by yourself, like if I'm gonna go buy, stand on stage, or I want to stand on stage to be a bodybuilder, or if I'm gonna go train because I want to win the Super Bowl, if it's just me, when I'm by myself, when no one's around, when there's no accountability, I'm probably gonna let myself off the hook more than I do the dirty work necessary in the dark with no one watching me. But when you have a coach, when you have someone that you're accountable to, how much more likely does that improve your odds of doing the difficult things, even when doing that is hard?
It's night and day when you have the coach who you've made a real commitment to. Right, having a coach is what I call a very special created relationship.
Mm.
A coach and a student create this committed relationship where they're going to work within the frame of commitment and discipline. And I've seen this when I have a coach right now, and he's incredible. And he gave me a specific meal plan to follow and to follow the meals in order. And he's like, if it's not on here, I was like, I know, don't eat it. He's like, so if you don't have it, it's not on here. I was like, I'm gonna starve. He's like, yeah, so be prepared so you don't starve. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
And I check in with him multiple times through the week. I check in a big check in every week. It's the same thing with my clients. We have a form called return and report where
Mm.
we come back on a Sunday and we return a report. What did we do for the week? And we live in what we call 30-day missions. And, the coach, a great coach, loves you enough to hold, like, I'm not people's friend. You don't pay me for a friendship. You're paying me to coach you. And half the time you hate me because I'm going to tell it what it is. I'm going to tell you, like, can I be real with you? And they're like, yeah. It's like, it might sting. They're like, yeah. And I'll just hit them with right between the eyes with something that they're like, you're right. Okay, let me go do it. Bye. Like, that's the power of a coach. So accountability goes up and responsibility deepens and implementation of principles turns to transformation. Again, I love being a coach and I love being coached hard.
I love that. So, Satem, I want to tap into a little bit of your coaching capabilities. And right now, for the people listening and watching this, obviously we coach people in the realm of money, and money is such a, it's such an emotional topic for people. And I don't know if I'm giving people a little bit of the benefit of the doubt today, but I believe right now it's harder today financially than it's been probably in the past 20, 30 years, right? I mean, inflation's up. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy right now. But that doesn't, like, you could use that as an excuse. You could use that as a reason to say, oh, well, maybe the best days are behind me, right? But you could also tell yourself a different story. So walk me through, if someone came to you and said, look, you've obviously had success in your physical health and well-being. You're a very spiritual man. You're a family man. You've been successful across the board. If someone wanted to get coaching from you to apply this level of discipline to their finances, what would you do? How would you coach someone?
Yeah. Well, I would just ask him straight up, as simple as possible. Number one, I just want you to be honest, transparent, like so open, no lies, no half hiding truths. And I spend time framing up telling the truth and being real and honest. I don't just say, can you be honest? Yes. No, I'll take a little bit to get this like, hey, we're about to do a very special work. And this work is going to produce fruit and miracles like you've never seen before. But the only way that can happen is you're going to have to be completely open and transparent, brutally honest and truthful. And I will give some examples. So there's no confusion. And then I will say, if you commit this piece to me, we'll move on. If you can't, we're done. If you commit to me and then you lie to me, like lie to me once, cool. Second time, we're done. And then I just keep your money and you get kicked out. When you set that kind of frame, people are like, "Ooh." I was like, and if you don't like to tell the truth, I'm not your coach. So they'll say yes. And then I'm like, okay, great. And what I always do, Ron, I just ask real simple, what exactly are you wanting to create or accomplish in your life? And I have to ask about 50 questions because most people will give a superficial church type, seminar type answer. I want to be closer to my spouse. I want to be financially free. Then, well, what's the number that has to come in every month? And what's the number that has to be in the bank account? And what's the passive amount of income that has to be produced so that you can feel like you're financially free? And they're like, what? Huh? They have no idea. So, in the power of asking real questions inside of a frame of transparency and truth, if they can get to that point, I will then ask them again, why does that matter? Why is it so important that we go get you this 7-figure income? Why is it so important? Why does it matter that you and your spouse are closer and connected and like, revitalizing the marriage? Why is it so important that you lose 100 pounds and that you reconnect with your children? And inside of the why, if someone is being honest, 99, almost 100% of the time, there are emotions, there are tears, there are sadness, because they are already living a default future. They're already behind. They're already not living up to the potential. They are already letting fear be their God, and they worship fear, and they worship what other people think. Ryan, that's the start of a great relationship and a coaching relationship. And I've had clients from all walks. I've had clients say, "Hey, Satem, I'm losing everything." Like, well, what does that mean? "Oh, I'm losing $250,000 a month right now." Like, he's like, I'm getting ready. I'm selling everything. I can't fix this. To 2 years later, netting in the multiple 8 figures and doing it, buying the new jet, just like being a better husband, father, he's most fit he's ever been. Those are the types of changes that take place when people just commit to a coaching relationship.
Man, I tell you what, that is so powerful, so powerful. I believe in the world that we live in today, it's so easy to lie to others and probably worse off to ourselves about our financial situation, our well-being. So many people I see, they prioritize looking rich over being rich. They go into debt. They have the trappings of wealth, but behind it, it's built on a house of cards. And I think that's really where it starts. When you're willing to tell yourself the truth, the facts about your actual financial situation, how much money are you actually making? How much money are you actually spending? And do you even know what you're spending it on? It's crazy. And then what you went to take that truth, that facts, that clarity of where you're at today and to link it to a vision that is meaningful, that is emotional, that is relevant. The details are in the middle, but man, without those two endpoints, those two anchors, it's almost impossible to change financially. I love that that's what you bring out is a desire and clarity and truth in the present moment. That is transformational, my friend. All right, I have two more questions for you. Two more questions, and I want to really go deep on this idea. You're getting ready to take a over a decade's worth of transformational coaching, and you're getting ready to bring it to the marketplace. I want to talk a little bit about the concept, the book, and the program, the Game Changer. Tell us what you're up to. Tell us what you've learned, and tell us what people can find in the Game Changer program and book.
Yeah, the Game Changer book. So it started back in 2007. So 2006, I'm making millions of dollars, mortgages, it's just doing so well. And I feel this feeling like I talked about earlier, like I'm supposed to be doing something different. So in April of 2007, I do this one-day seminar. I have no idea what I'm doing. This is what they do. So I charge the money. 30 people show up. I have no idea. I just teach for a whole day, and everyone's like, "Dude, that was the best thing ever." And I didn't know you make an offer. I didn't know there's a coach. I just had no idea. Of course, the recession hits. 2008, try to do another one. Have like 40 people show up, and I'm like, "Let's do another one." 3 people show up. One person walks out, and I talk full speed, full blast, all hearts off to 2 people while I'm streaming on this thing called Ustream. By 2009, like broke, bankrupt. So it started back then, and then after I knocked door to door, I was doing door to door sales. Then God told me to go knock, and then He told me to walk away when I was doing extremely well.
Mm.
We started doing these programs called Immersion. Immersion was this boot camp. I attended a boot camp. A good friend of mine was my coach. I went to that. I helped him run his for probably a good year and a half. And then we parted ways as friends, and I started to coach. And I just kept doing this intense coaching. And I mean, like, when I say intense, picking guys up, women's group, men's group at 4 a.m., dropping them off at midnight, physical, spiritual, emotional, intellect, goals, ambitions, tools, protocols.
Mm.
They'd come in, we'd break them down. So many truths, things that women never shared outside, men never shared. And then we would coach through it, give them the tools, the pathways and protocols. And then in 2023, so that was again like 9, 10 years, 2023, again, the voice of God said, it's time to be done with this. So we shut it down. And we started to take all the curriculum that we had, again, curriculum of coaching, the men and the women whose hearts and souls came through the program, and we put all that into a book. Because let's be real, a lot of people just can't pay the tuition of immersion. And so now Game Changer has protocols, and it has proven principles of power, possibility to help someone start. Okay, if you open this book up and it grabs you, I mean, I've had a few different editors read it, and they're like, I mean, I'm sure they're selling me on editing my book, but they're like, dude, this thing hooks me right out of the gate. And they're like, oh my gosh, because it's real, right? It's real. Like this was not a book to make you feel good. In fact, I gave it to it was 100,000 words, which is it's decent sized book.
That's a good book, yeah.
Paid a ghostwriter. Ghostwriter cut it down to 40,000 words, took out all the edge and the hardness, and it's kind of warm and fluffy. And I was like, no. So we took the book back. We inserted about 25,000 more words. Got again, just the meat. And I'm like, this is the way this book needs to be. And again, I know I've got probably another 4 to 5 books that will come down the road. That's what Game Changer is. It's to wake you up to be the game changer you were born to be, and to teach you how to do it right from where you stand. And it's not crazy things. It's like practical, tactical, and there's stories and examples. 10 years of face-to-face, in-person, thousands of hours of Zooms, hundreds of thousands of hours of coaching, conversations. It's all inside a Game Changer. So if someone's like, I need to wake up, someone's asleep at the wheel, someone's feeling like they're stuck and stagnant, and they've listened to the podcast and they've listened to all the tips and tricks and hacks, I'm like, pick up my book, Game Changer, because it
Yeah.
will shake you, it will wake you, it will rock your world. Because again, I'm very inspired when we put this thing together.
Well, I can tell, man, it's coming through on this. So you're doing an event to launch this book. Tell us a little bit about the event that you've got coming up here in a few short weeks. And for those of you interested, we're going to have all of the information to either buy Satema's book or attend his event, or ideally do both. I mean, gosh, you get one shot at this thing called life. Why not go immerse yourself in what Satema's talking about and come out a transformed, on fire individual? So Satema, tell us what you got going
Yeah.
on.
So if you get the book, and look, we pay for the book, we ask you to pay the shipping, but you get a free virtual ticket for the 1-day event. It's called Game Changer Live. And again, if you want to come in person, right, there's a ticket for that. And it's, to me, it's very inexpensive compared to what we've done in the past. But if someone comes to Game Changer Live and attends and they go all in, by the time they're done, but I'd say even throughout the day, you're going to have a download of very specific revelations for you. I was talking to a gal who came to my program called Shield Maidens, the 4-day women's boot camp 2 years ago. And I saw her at my trip to Utah, and she says, you know, brother, she calls me brother, I received so much revelation in that experience. It was like one of the top 3 in my life, more than anything else. And again, this is a single mom who provides for her kids, covers her bills, and has a business because she has to. So when someone comes to Game Changer, the way that we do it, it's not a normal seminar. It's an experience of download, of revelation, of integration of principles. There's so much deep engagement. And I've told people literally, if you cannot go all in and be fully present, even virtually, just email my office, get a refund, and I'm good with it. And I'm totally good with it. Like, leave. And people are like, I'm serious. And even in our seminars that were 10 grand, I'll tell people, do you want a refund? I don't need your money, but if you can't be fully committed to what we're doing here, I need you to get out. And it's like life and death. So if someone's going to come there, I promise they're going to walk away with more clarity than they've had, but also a very specific blueprint on how to apply the principle so they can produce results. Results matter. This is about results, not just feeling good. In your domain, you help people make, save, and invest and build their financial wealth. In our domain, we help people produce results across the board. And that's what this game is all about. So if they come to Game Changer Live, be game changer for them. Game changer.
I love that. You know, I get it. It is absolutely a game changer. And here's the thing I've noticed in my life, Satema. You know, whenever I get out of my normal routine, if I change my normal pace and I change my place, I go somewhere to the mountains or I go to a seminar, I go somewhere where I have a new environment and a new change of pace, that's usually when I have a change of perspective. That's usually when I find out that God has something for me. He's got a message for me. And usually in my normal routines, I'm too busy, I'm too overwhelmed, it's too noisy, and I just don't hear it. I've got to change my pace and change my place to hear that revelation. And I promise you, my friends, God has a message for you. You have a purpose on this earth. And time is our greatest resource and it's non-renewable. So what are you using your time to create? Satema, I've loved this conversation. I've loved it. It's inspired me. I want to have a game changer, man. I feel like I'm constantly improving my game, but just being with you this last hour has given me a new set of inspiration and wake up. I've got one final question for you, and this is going to go on the Retire in 10 Years Summit. So we're helping people in this summit to understand how to take control over their money. Money is just a tool, not to retire one day, but to build and live a life of meaning, of purpose right now. So I want to ask you, you've been on the highest of the highs, the lowest of the lows. You've coached people all across the board, starting off maybe in poverty, all the way up to the multi-millions. I know so many of the people you've coached. So I want to ask you this. Let's say we take everything away from you. I don't know what you got today, but we take everything away except the knowledge in between your 2 ears. And you've got 10 years, my friend, 10 years to work, to earn, to save, and to invest. After 10 years, you can never work again. You can never earn money from your active efforts again. And during this next 10 years, you have to build a system that will support your lifestyle, whatever you want that to be for the rest of your life. Give me a playbook. What would you do over the next 10 years?
Number one, I'm going to find the money to hire the right coaches and mentors. Like there's no way I'm going to go do this in 10 years by myself. Even though I have as much knowledge as I have, you look at the greats, the greatest athletes always had the coaches and the mentors, always, right? All the wealthiest people have coaches and mentors. So that'd be my first step. Second thing is I would still operate in my sphere of my calling. I just know like this is what I'm supposed to do. So there's people who dominate real estate, people who dominate trades. If that's your thing, go dominate it. Go get the coach. Number three, I'm definitely going to live on less than I earn so I can invest the difference because your money has to multiply and make money, right? I know how to make great money, but I got to learn how to have my money make money. And then number four, I'm going to make sure I continue to get into the right rooms. Who you know and who knows you, those connections and networks are so critical. Like I always tell people, you come to my room, there's someone in this room who's going to help you to make your next 6, 7 figures. Like you go to another room, there's someone who's going to connect you to someone who's going to connect you to who's going to help you hit your 8 figures. Like that's the game. And then I would still work out, still go to church, still serve with my family, still do my family prayers and like, but that's what I would do. I would make sure I have the right coaches and mentors and guides. I'd be in the right rooms. I'm not living beyond my means. Now, again, I'm going to expand those means. My money is going to be put in different places. I'm not going to buy doodads and Amazon and, you know, as Rich Dad Poor Dad calls it, the doodads, the liabilities. And then I'm going to work my butt off and I'm going to be smart. And again, you're someone who I'd say like, yeah, I'd probably like, I need to come to your room. I need to be in your room because I know you guys help people to retire. And again, we're the same. Retirement is not like, let me go sit on the beach. It's let me build a life where I can contribute, give back, the legacy that you leave in people and make a difference. Just like give back. That's what I'd be doing. So I'd definitely be in your room. There's no question about that. I'd be in your room, Ryan, because if you took everything away from me, like you got to go be around smarter people. And that's it.
Tell you what, Satema, what a powerful conversation today. I appreciate you bringing the fire and the light today. Get in the room where it happens, my friends. You heard it right here. There is no telling what's possible. You have to ask and get an answer to that question. And probably the greatest place to do it is in a couple of weeks, get in the Game Changer room, Game Changer Live, and get an opportunity to have a direct download from a coach, a mentor who will help open the doorway of inspiration to you. Satema, thank you. Thank you so much for bringing that emotion today, man. I felt it. You shared from your heart, and that means a lot to me.
Ryan, what a blessing to be here, an honor. Thank you so much. And I look forward to continuing to stay in touch and learning from you as well.
Those are two of my absolute favorite people on the planet in the same screen and same frame. How amazing is that? We're so blessed to have those two on there. Satema, absolutely love them. Ryan, absolutely love them. And the impact they're having on the world is incredible. And are you noticing a theme? Right? The theme is you got a lot of options of what you can do with your money in order to retire. But the reality is there's only one path, right? When I was growing up, my dad walked in. I'm the oldest of 6 kids. My dad walked into the family room and he goes, "Steven, you're going to be the yard manager." And I was like, "No." And he goes, "Well, I can pay you to do it and manage the yard and make it green and clean, or I can just make it a chore." So I was like, "All right." So I went out and I actually he had me interview my siblings and contract with them different things around the yard, and which is the interesting thing, you know. And he goes, so I literally sat down and learned how to do an interview. I was like, "How do I do an interview?" He's like, "I don't know, but this thing called Google's out." And then right after that, I learned how to do it, and I sat down, and he's like, "You should probably have a contract. How to write a contract?" "I don't know, but this thing called Google's out." And so I was probably 14, wrote a contract and sat down with one of my siblings, and they contracted him and such. And when it was time to get paid, I was like, "Dad, I want to go to the movies with my friends. It's the summertime. You know, when can I get paid?" He goes, "I don't know, but you should invoice me." I was like, "What's the invoice?" And he goes, "I don't know, but this thing called Google out." And I went and I learned how to write an invoice and send it to my dad. I gave it to my dad, and he goes, "Awesome, net 30 terms, I assume." I was like, "What's net 30 terms?" Like, "I don't know, this thing called Google's out." And it was such a powerful scenario for me because I had a guide on what questions mattered. Okay, it trimmed all these things out. And speaking of trimming, we had these 2 apple trees, 2 young little apple trees. They produced no apples, and as they grew, there was all these shoots all over the place. And I started learning. This might be funny to think of it this way, but we think about growing money. There was all these shoots, all these new versions of the tree, new versions of branches, of focus of energy for this tree. And I looked at the tree and I was like, I think I know why we're not getting apples. And I learned how to prune the shoots. And I clipped and trimmed and clipped and trimmed. I learned how to prune this tree. The next year, we had so many apples, the tree almost snapped. We had to go, they were everywhere. This thing almost overproduced apples. And I was like, think about the principle of that as pruning the shoots. Now, if I had pruned too much, I killed a tree. And so, what we're doing here in this event, in this summit, is we're teaching you guys how to focus on just a few shoots, if you will, so they produce like crazy. But there's ones you should not cut. And there's one that we have not released yet and not shared with you. Is it okay if I bring you the man of the hour, Ryan Lee, to teach you guys what that last shoot is? Welcome to the stage, Mr. Ryan Lee. Yeah.
And September brought it, didn't he? He brought it. I'll tell you what, we had an opportunity to talk for quite a bit of time after that interview, and I'm really excited. September is actually coming into our community, and he's going to be coaching people inside of our community. How would you like to get coaching directly from that dude? I'm telling you, when he was talking about the warrior camp that he used to take people through, I went through that warrior camp a decade ago. Man, that guy, he can turn it, he can flip a switch. He can flip a switch and he gets in your face and you're like, yes, coach, I will do what I say I'm going to do. So, guys, I want to close down today. I want to give you a ton of gratitude, and just say thank you for being here with me these last 2 days. It has been, it's been the privilege and the honor of my life to be able to stand in front of you and deliver this message, to empower so many people. Right before I came in, we just crossed 2,000 books sold. Thank you so much. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. For me, I look at that as 2,000 lives transformed. 2,000 opportunities for people to take control over their money so they can take control over their time. And when they take control over their time, they can take control over their life. That's really what this is all about. And to close this down for today, we're going to be on all day tomorrow, and it is tomorrow. We got Robert Kiyosaki coming. We've got my original mentor, my very first mentor when I came out of the corporate world, who took me under his wing. So you got some amazing people that we're going to be sharing with you tomorrow. But I closed my presentation before lunch, and I gave you an opportunity to join me inside of Money Mastery, to join me, my team, and the movement that is achieving financial freedom, retiring in 10 years or less, not retiring from life, but retiring to the life that you want. I talked about all of the things that come with the offer. These are the features of the offer, right? The game plan. I talked about your tax strategy. I talked about your vault. I talked about the boardroom, the real estate, the coaching, the tools, all of that. All of that is critically important to your success. But I want you to consider that everything I shared with you, that you get an opportunity to partake of at a massively discounted rates, right? I talked about the value of doing all of this stuff. And, you know, we normally do our onboarding for $5,000. But because you helped me achieve a lifelong goal of becoming a bestseller, and man, the book's just like the every time I refresh the number, I'm gonna have to get off the computer because it's like a little bit addicting. I'm loving seeing all of this come in, and just crossing 2,000 right before I came in was just, man, I'm just so excited. So anyway, because you helped me achieve my goal, I'm trying to help you achieve your goal, and I knocked down the price of this onboarding to basically our cost to help build out your game plan of $39.97. And we've had a lot of you take me up on the offer, and I'm so grateful for that. But what I want to do is I want to kind of give you a trick up my sleeve, because I haven't actually revealed to you the most powerful part of this offer. And what I want you to understand is what comes inside of Money Mastery is something that no one knows they need, but it's the most important thing to your success. It's the most important thing to my success, quite honestly. So let me kind of walk you through the progression of you as an individual inside of the game of money. right? This is what we talked about yesterday, the game of money. The game of money is something that we're all in. We can't opt out of it. Money's part of our life no matter how we live. I mean, right now I'm standing in a room and there's money going out the door. Right now, there's lights on everywhere, right? The air conditioner's blowing. It's impossible today to not have money in your economy and going out of your economy. So I want to walk you through most people's progression to get to where you are likely right now. And I want to help you see the bridge inherent and necessary inside of your life. Most of us start off as a consumer, right? We get a taste of money. How many of you got your first paycheck, my very first dollar that I earned was a paper route. Remember those dudes riding around in their Huffies, listening to Paul Abdul on their Walkman? That was me. And throwing my papers and getting my, $30 at the end of the month and going to the arcades and like playing video games and getting Swedish fish and eating them. That's what I did with my money. I was a consumer. This is where most of us start. The consumer quadrant, this is kind of the cycle that people live in for a while, right? They live in a cycle of earning money, spending money, consuming the money that they spend, and then just repeating. They get stuck. They work hard for money because they don't really understand money. They look rich. They prioritize looking rich more than they prioritize being wealthy, right? And as they go from spender, they start to feel like, oh my gosh, I'm living right on the edge all the time. And if they want to start to change, they have to start to progress a little bit. They go from spender to saver, right? They don't understand the value of their time, and they'll use debt to consume. But over time, they start using savings to begin in order to have a little bit more space. Rather than using debt, they want to spend from savings. And over time, for a consumer going to a spend or a spender going to a saver, success for them is they just want a little bit more security. Right? I remember for me, when I graduated college, we were broke as a joke. We had nothing. We had literally nothing. And it was such a fun time of life. But when my wife had our first child, I was like, oh my gosh, I got to put a little bit of money in the bank. There were so many times we were right on the red line. There was more days left in the month and no money in the bank account. How many of you ever been in that situation? So we go from spender to saver. And this is the progression. But over time, as we, get tired of living in this constant world of scarcity, we start to go from consumer to speculator. Now, nobody self-identifies as a speculator, but this is really what we've been taught to do by Wall Street, right? So a speculator, there's someone, again, progressing. They want to get a little bit further ahead than just having $500 or $1,000 in the bank. Now they start thinking a little bit more long-term. They want a better future than the past, and they're willing to change. That's the most powerful part. They realize I want something more in the future that I've lived up to this point, and they're willing to change. And they move from not just saving to consume, but they start saving for the future. They start thinking, man, what if I plan for a vacation next year? What if I plan for, the inevitable? My kids are going to go to college maybe. What if I plan for, oh my gosh, retirement? But because they don't understand money, they separate themselves from their money. They've been told, you're not smart enough, you're not capable enough, give it to someone else, Wall Street, they'll manage your money, they'll care more about your future than you. And so they separate themselves from their money. They don't know what they're invested in. This is crazy. When you talk to people about, hey man, what's going on? It's like in a 401k, but they have no idea what they're invested in. And if they do, they have no idea why. They suffer from FOMO though. They're always looking for a way, man, what if I can get rich overnight? That was me buying dinar, right? I thought, man, if we win the Iraqi war, then the dinar is going to reconvert and I'm going to be a millionaire overnight, right? So I was suffering from FOMO. How do I get a quick fix? How do I get ahead super fast? How do I become an overnight millionaire? It doesn't really happen that way, right? So they suffer from FOMO and they're chasing big investments with big promises that never really pay out. Now, success for a speculator is they just want to retire one day. One day. This is probably where a lot of you are at right now. You want to retire one day, but now you're getting closer and closer to this idea that maybe one day will never come. Now, to go from a speculator to what I'm inviting you to come into and join me, you have to start to raise your financial IQ. In the speculator quadrants, it's an individual still unwilling to take full responsibility for their financial future. So what they do is they give their money away. When it doesn't work out, they feel like a victim of money, right? It's not my fault. It's the market's fault. It's my financial advisor's fault. It's the government's fault. My friends, these are all circumstances that we all operate within in the game of money. As a speculator, if you're unwilling to take ownership, right? That's what Satema talked about. If you're unwilling to take ownership, you'll never be free. right? Even if you have enough money in the stock market, you'll never be free because you don't control it. You don't know how you got there. You don't know how to preserve it. And so you'll be scared of running out of money. So my invitation to you, as I've been sharing up to this point, is to get out of Wall Street. Cross this bridge of leverage, not just leverage on money, but most importantly, leverage on yourself. Come join us in the entirely different game in wealth outside of Wall Street. Because once you do this, you go from speculator to investor. And I want you to consider this. Going from a speculator to an investor, this isn't a small leap. This is a massive step forward. And in this massive step forward, in the investor quadrants, this is someone who wants to go from being financially dependent to financially independent. Someone who wants to finally take control over their money so they can start to have more semblance of control over their life. These people, inside of the investor quadrant, they begin investing in their financial IQ. You guys are already here. You're investing in your financial IQ. We had so many of you. How many VIPs do we have on the chat right now? We have so many VIPs that invested, couldn't afford Huffy bikes. Come on, Christine. We can all afford a Huffy bike. All right, we got you. That's good. That's really good. But you guys are here. It's a Friday night. You're investing in your financial IQ. You start to learn and understand that there is literally a language of money. Return on attention, return on investment, core four pillars. How do we then go to investing to get outcomes? Now, someone in the investor quadrant, they understand the why. And they're willing to learn the how. They know what they want, they know why they want it, and now they're starting to willing to learn the how, and they start to measure and track their progress, and they're willing to course correct. They're using feedback. When you take control over your money, every result you get is feedback. And the entire objective of someone in the investor quadrant is to refine their decision-making process. That's all it is. Money's a tool. I'm going to use that tool to get an outcome. If I like the outcome, I'm going to do more of that. If the outcome didn't give me what I want, what decision did I make? Where did I go wrong? How do I align with the principle? And how do I try it again? Debt for the investor is now used as a form of leverage to help them build wealth, not consume more. And success is measured with financial freedom. It's cash flow greater than expenses, and it's measured with time. I hope you're starting to identify yourself now as an investor, not a speculator. An investor is someone who parts with their capital with the expectation of safety of principle. Imagine that. Remember when Warren Buffett said the two rules of investing are, number one, don't lose money, and number two, don't be stupid and forget rule number one. But yet everyone quotes that, but how many people actually follow that? Guys, I want you to consider what I told you this morning is true. I've gone 15 years now without losing money. Do you think it's easier to achieve financial freedom if you are constantly adding to rather than taking away from? So an investor is someone who parts with their capital with the expectation of safety of principal and an adequate return in the form of interest, dividends, or rent. I know what I'm doing. Now, another thing about an investor is they stop. Remember, a speculator, they're FOMO, right? I'm going to invest in my dinar. I'm going to be a millionaire overnight, right? I'm expecting something that's not even possible. An investor can start to measure their expectations to say, hey, if I invest in real estate, there's a range of expectations. If I invest in the stock market, which isn't really investing, there's a range of expectations. And my goal as an investor is to put my money in and expect and push the expectation to ensure that I get what's possible, but not expect more. Like if I'm going to put money in dinar, of course, I know that that's nothing. I have no control over that. So they manage their expectations. Now, an investor aligns with real financial principles. Everything I've been giving you. Yesterday, I ended the day with the financial economic forces. These are principles, guys. They exist for me. They exist for you. Once I understand what a principle is, it's independent of my acknowledgement of it. It's independent of my acceptance of it. But if I will accept it, I can stand on a principle. I can strategically apply the principle in my life, and then I can tactically take action. And then as I get the outcome of my tactics, I go back to my strategy, I readjust, and I do it again. But all because I'm based on a foundation of principles, I start to get consistent and over a long enough period of time, predictable outcomes. This is the game. Now, I introduced you a little bit earlier, the hero's journey. Let me walk you through what happens to an investor as they start taking control over their money. You go from this world of the known, right? I know I'm never going to retire. I know that the stock market's out of my control, to the unknown. Taking control of your money is both exciting and it's also terrifying. It's scary to be in charge because when you're in charge, there's no one to blame but yourself. Now, when you're in charge and you blame yourself, that's okay, right? It's learning, it's feedback. But you're going to go from the known to the unknown. You're going to find yourself on the road of trials, right? I shared with you some of my real estate trials. Guess what? I look at it now. I mean, I used to be scared of my trials, but now I look at it as it helps me become the most interesting man in the room, right? I always have a story to tell at a party because I own 55 rental properties, and there's always a story that comes with that. You're going to find yourself in the abyss, and that's okay. Now, in order to move forward from the known to the unknown, you need three things. And I want to introduce to you what these three things are. This is why I have an ace up my sleeve that no matter where you're starting from, if you can get these three things, your success is inevitable. Let me repeat that. If you can get these three things right, your success is inevitable. Okay, number one, you need a goal. Now, inside of this event, I hope I've given you a goal. The goal is clearly stated on the book that 500 of you have bought, or 2,000 of you have bought over the last couple days. What is the goal? What is the goal, guys? Christine, what's the goal? Dave, Zell, Brian, what's the goal? Retire in 10 years or less. That's the goal. Okay, I've given you a goal. Now, maybe your goal is less. Maybe it's 3 years for you. I don't know, but you retire in 10 years or less. No more than 10 years. If you follow this system, you're going to retire in 10 years or less. That's your goal. So financial freedom, retire, whatever we want to call it, regardless of your age, your income, your experience, it doesn't matter. That's the goal. Now that we know what success means, we have to now look at the next thing, okay? Because having a goal, it's important. And in order to have a goal that's going to give you meaning enough to go from the world of the known into the unknown, to go on the road of trials, to find yourself in the abyss, you have to get really clear on what you want and why it matters. I hope you've spent a little bit of time on that, both pre this event and during this event, to really start to gain some clarity on that. When you get clear on what you want and why it matters, you get clear in your mind, and then you connect your emotion to it. For me, I've done this so many times over my life. When I can have a vivid vision in my mind and I can see it in my mind with my mind's eye, I can experience it. And the cool thing about your mind is it doesn't know the difference between yesterday, tomorrow, and today. That's your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind doesn't tell time. And if I can plant desires in my subconscious mind and get clarity on those and feel those things, align my emotions with it, my subconscious mind literally doesn't know the difference between yesterday, tomorrow, and today. And when I open my eyes and I come back to the conscious world, now my subconscious mind starts to align the things necessary to make my desired reality my reality. So whatever version of this that you want, the greatest form of wealth is for you to wake up and say, I can do whatever I want today. What is it that you want? If you had owned your time, if you had the money to do what you wanted, what would you do? For me, I wrote a book. I've got some big goals beyond this book, but I know what I want and I know why I want it. Now, I want you to consider this. Now, in the world of goal setting, in the world of coaching, people love to talk about goals. Goals are super important. Now that you have a goal to retire in 10 years or less, what do you think the probability, the chances of your success are? Type them in for me. Having a goal, like New Year's resolution, retire in 10 years or less, what do you guys think the probability, now that you have a goal, the chances of your success are? What do you guys think? Christine, Zell, what do you think? Eric, Brian, Dave, what do you think? What are the chances of your success with a very, very clearly defined goal, definitive? 0 without implementation. That's a good one, Eric. I like that. There's actually been research done on this. I'm going to give you the research. I'm going to quote directly from a book, one of my favorite books of all time. It's called Atomic Habits by James Clear. The research that he did is about 10%, like the big goal setting industry. There's a huge industry around it, but only 10% of your goals actually come to fruition. That's kind of disheartening. What's the point of setting a goal if 90% of the goals never happen? We've all experienced this, right? I mean, think about your New Year's resolutions. Think about all the goals you've set over your life. You get all excited at a seminar like this. You get all excited reading a book. You get all excited, it's the new year. It's going to be a new you. The gym in December is completely empty, but then January it's completely full, and by February it's back to being empty again, right? Goals have a shelf life to them. Goals require motivation, right? I get all motivated. but my motivation has a battery life to it, right? Winners and losers, they have the same goals. You have to go beyond motivation. So what is beyond motivation? You need a goal, and the second thing you need is a system. Consider this. If my goal is to lose 20 pounds, right? Maybe that's my goal. I have a really deep desire. I want this thing. I want to be healthier. I want to be able to play with my kids. I want to lose 20 pounds. Now, if I just have a goal, I only have a 10% chance of success. But if I pair a system, I've got, food prep, I've got a workout partner, I've got a gym membership, I've got this whole system to make it happen, right? Think about this. Goals are about results, and systems are about the process that lead to those results. That's what a system is. A system builds a process. Now, my friends, here's the crazy part. Goals are for people who care about winning one time. Systems are for people who care about winning repeatedly. If I have a system, I start to automate my behaviors. I don't have to think as much. I just start to follow in a routine, a habit. My habits define my destiny. So people who have goals and systems, they start to win over and over again. And in life, you never rise to the level of your goals, ever, ever, ever. You fall to the level of your systems, right? These are the habits that define your outcomes. So if we have a goal and we have a system, I've given you the system as well. Now, tomorrow I'm going to spend 2 hours with you guys showing you how to use this system from beginning to end. I'm going to walk you through how, in a case study, my own a case study of someone in our community, I'm going to walk you through how to use the vault, how to buy real estate, how to scale the system, how to convert it all the way to tax-free income. You're going to see every facet, every step of this. I'm basically going to take you through section 3 of the book. But if you have a goal and a system, right, you should be able to retire in 10 years or less. What do you guys think, right? With a goal and a system, this should be inevitable. What do you guys think? Christine, what are your chances? Jeff, what are your chances? Brian, what are your chances? Zell, what are your chances of, with a goal, retire in 10 years or less, with the passive income machine? It's going to happen inevitably, right? What do you guys think? Much higher? Heck yeah. Christine, on my own? No. Brian, much higher. Yep, I like that. Maybe 20%. Christine, that's actually pretty good. Again, research has been done on this. Quoting again from Atomic Habits. This was supposed to animate. I didn't animate it. So it's Elaine from Seinfeld. Whew, goal and a system. Now I've got everything I need, right? But here's the crazy part. With goals and systems, our chances of success are only 20%. Think about that. Again, only 20%. Now, that's where things start to get a little bit mad, right? I'm getting a little bit crazier. I'm like, what the heck is going on? And when you find yourself in the abyss with a goal and a system, you're going to be tested. And you're going to find out if you're interested. If you're interested, you're just going to go back to what's easy. If you're committed, you're going to make it through. You're going to make it through this metamorphosis. So what brings this level of commitment? Satema was talking about hitting the lowest of the low. The lowest of the, can you imagine having to sell your Super Bowl ring? Having hit the highest of the high and just a couple years later losing everything? That'd be tough, right? But he had to find a level of commitment. So the third question that I'm going to invite you to consider is this idea of becoming. What do you want and why does it matter defines who you must become. And this actually gets us into the third level of what makes your success inevitable. Inevitable. And it's the thing that no one actually looks for. Now, in Atomic Habits, James Clear says that what comes after this statement, maybe consciously is one thing, but subconsciously, what you believe you are, you are. What you believe you can achieve, that's what you'll achieve, right? It's your belief about this. So the strongest force in human personality is our need to stay consistent with how we define ourselves. If I define myself as someone, even if I don't want it, like consciously, if I'm trying to say I'm going to retire, this year is going to be different than last year, I'm going to do something different. If in my brain I don't believe it, my natural default is going to take me right back to what I actually believe. Remember Ed Milet yesterday talking about our thermostat. If our thermostat status said it, man, I hope I'm going to retire, maybe, possibly, hopefully one day. If that's our thermostat, you're going to read a book like this, you're going to go out and buy a piece of real estate, and boom, you're going to come right back to, oh my gosh, I can't do it. I really believe I can't do it. I'm going to just retire one day, right? If that's what you believe, you're never going to make any progress. So the third thing that you actually need is a goal, a system, and an identity. Now, in the book, Atomic Habits, I'm going to give you an example. And this example is such a powerful one. So he gives an example in the book of a smoker who's trying to quit smoking. Okay, so imagine yourself, put yourself in this position in your life. You're a smoker, you're addicted, you have a habit, a belief, right? That you're a smoker. You wake up one day and you're like, oh my gosh, I gotta change. I gotta change. Doctor gave me, prognosis that I'm gonna die. I gotta change. So you set a goal. I'm gonna quit smoking. You have a system. I'm gonna get an accountability partner. I'm gonna get the patch. I'm gonna do, whatever system I need to quit smoking. If that is what you have, and someone comes up and offers you a cigarette, okay, if they offer you a cigarette, and if your natural response, without thinking about it, just your, natural response is, no thanks, I am trying to quit. You believe yourself a smoker trying to use a goal and a system to quit smoking. I am trying to quit. But if you could do the internal work to rewire your brain to when someone offers you a cigarette, you say, no thanks, I'm not a smoker, and you actually just responded that way out of a sense of belief, the goal in the system now enhance that belief, and your ability to quit smoking happens overnight. This is exactly how Ed Milet's dad quit drinking. He changed his belief about himself. I can do it for one more day. He changed his belief about himself. So here's the crazy part. How do we establish a new identity if we don't believe it yet? I'm talking to you who wants to be financially free, but you just don't believe, I want it. I desire it. I've got a book. I got the course. Maybe I put a deposit down to talk to someone about money mastery. I don't know, but I don't know if I can do it. I'm in debt. The past hasn't been good to me. I don't have enough in 401k. I'm not making enough. I don't have enough time. Whatever the excuse is, I don't believe I can actually do it yet. The way you change your belief is actually your environment. Let me give you an example of this. When I first started on my journey to start coaching people and helping people with financial freedom, I coached a few people for about 4 or 5 years. Loved every bit of it. In fact, tomorrow you're going to hear from my mentor who helped me start getting going on this path of coaching people. And I loved it. I loved helping people. And I got to a point after about 4 years where I had helped a lot of people and I wanted to do more. I wanted to help more people. And I wanted to take my business from speaking to people over the kitchen table to speaking to people online. I didn't know if I could do it, so I did the thing that I had learned how to do up to this point. I hired a who, not a how. I don't know how to do webinars. I don't know how to go online. I don't know how to do digital stuff. I don't know how to, teach from stage. I don't know how to write books. I don't know how to do any of that stuff. I just know how to talk to people tactically about a game plan. That's what I know. So I hired this guy right here, Russell Brunson. And maybe some of you know him. Back when I hired him, he had just barely opened up a mastermind. It was the second year he was doing his masterminds. And I'll never forget, I didn't know who he was. I read his book about how to digitally market, that kind of stuff. And I was intrigued. And so I went to an event that he did. And again, I had no idea who Russell was when I showed up at the event. And he pitched, hey, I've got a mastermind where I'll help 100 people, launch and scale their online business. And I thought, hey, man, that's me. I want to do that. And then he dropped the price tag and it was $25,000. And that was like, whoa, not going to do that. That's a lot of money, dude. I mean, I'm telling you what, that's a lot of money. And I went home from that event that night and I could not sleep. I couldn't sleep. I was tossing and turning in my bed and I woke up and I sent Russell an email and said, I'm in. I don't know where I'm gonna get the $25,000, but I'm in, right? I'm in. And I'll never forget, I fell back asleep that night, slept like a baby. Slept like a baby. Now this then started me on a pathway. So I'm in Boise right now. I drove up to Boise for my first mastermind meeting with Russell, and he started talking to me about funnels and all these things. I'm like, I have no idea what you're talking about, dude. I don't know anything about funnels and online marketing. And so for 3 years, I came up to his mastermind, and for 3 years, I would learn. Every year, I had to pay him another $25,000, and he would tell me, go do this, go do that. I'd go do a little bit of this, go do a little bit of that, and I'd come back, and I just wasn't having success. Now, he launched a program the very first year I was in his mastermind called the 2 Comma Club Award. And the 2 Comma Club Award was, he would award it to anyone who did 7 figures inside of a funnel. They drove $1 million worth of revenue inside of their business through one of his software funnels. And I remember every single year I'd go to his events and people person after person would get up and they would earn their 2 Comma Club Award. And I would go and I'd like clap for them. Yeah, way to go. And there'd be a nutrition person up there and she would talk about how she did her 7 figures in her nutrition business. And then there'd be a marriage coach up there, how she did, 7 figures in marriage coaching, and then an e-com guy, and all these different types of businesses. They would get up and they would earn their 2 Comma Club, and I'd clap for them. And in the back of my mind, I would tell myself, I can't do that. I do insurance. How am I gonna, you don't do insurance in a funnel. That doesn't make any sense. So I kept telling myself, nah, this doesn't work, right? It doesn't work for me. But yet I paid Russell another $25,000. One year, I came to his events. This is after 3 years. And I was serious. I was kind of pissed off now. 3 years, I still had to hit my goals. I didn't know how to scale, and I was starting to question whether or not it was worth it to pay him another $25,000. I remember I came to his event, and man, it blew my mind. Person after person walking up, getting their 2 Comma Club award, and then this guy, he was probably 65, right? He had a shirt on with no sleeves, like cut shirt, no sleeves. I wish I remember this guy's name. No sleeves on, and he walked up and he got his 2 Comma Club award. He looked like, I don't know, maybe 65, 67, had a long beard. And he said what he did. He taught senior citizens who didn't have enough money in their retirement how to make extra money using hot dog carts. Hot dog carts. They would push hot dog carts around and sell hot dogs in whatever neighborhood. He made $1 million selling hot dog cart stands. I'm like, dude, what the heck? I can't take it anymore. If he can do it, I can do it. And I don't know what happened, but like something, like it just switched in my brain. If that guy can do it, I can do it. And then I started looking at all the people in the mastermind with me, and they had done it. They had done it. I had evidence everywhere that it could be done. And for the first time, I believed that if they can do it, I can do it. And I'll tell you what, within 18 weeks, not even 3 months later, I hit my first 2 Comma Club. And I think it was like 6 months, 9 months after that, I went all the way above that to the next level award that he had. And everything changed. Everything changed for me. And it all started with the dude with the hot dog cart stand. It all started with my environment. I was around people who were doing it, and spending enough time with those people, I was at a point in my life where I had to raise my level of capacity, my level of ability, or I had to shrink back. I had to go back and say that it's not for me. I can't do it. I'm going back to the world of the known. I'm going to go just talk to a few people here and there. This is the power of a community. This is the secret sauce of what we do in Money Mastery. Everyone inside of our community is living this book. Many of them have achieved financial freedom. Many of them are brand new on the path. Some people have multi-million, okay, I'm not going to point this out. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 10 multimillionaires just in this photo right here. 10 multimillionaires in this right here. There's a couple newbies. These guys just got going just a couple of months ago. Look who they're hanging out with. People who've done it. This guy just got going in April of this year. I think he's got like 3 properties under contract right now. So look, your community matters. We do all kinds of things together. We hike in the dark. We hike up the mountains and waterfalls. We believe. We congregate together. We learn together. We rise together. We become the people necessary to make our dreams inevitable realities. And it's the community. It's the infrastructure. It's the people around you that make it possible. Every single challenge, every single problem you're going to face, it's already been faced. There's already an answer for it. When you get to step 85, there's already someone who's walked step 85 who will turn around and say, hey, when I was there, this is how I did it. There's everything you need inside of this community. And here's the thing I've learned about myself. When your belief changes, the only variable that you're facing is time. It's time. Once your belief changes, the outcome is inevitable. Maybe it happens in 6 months, maybe it happens in 18 months, maybe it happens in 24 months. But once your belief changes, the only variable is time. And your story requires a hero. It requires you to become the hero. And for you to become the hero, you're going to have to put yourself in an environment that is going to force you to rise up, that's going to force you to level up, because the environment of the people around us inside of Money Mastery, they're all rising up. And when you get in that environment, you're going to rise up together. I shared this with you earlier, but most of our shirts, they have this saying on the back: rise up and live free. It's an outward representation of an inward commitment. We have to remind ourselves who we are, what we're capable of. And this is what we live for. You're going to get an Empire Builder shirt when you join our community. You're going to be like me, like the rest of us in this community. We get to rise up together. so that we can live free together. What you put behind this statement, it matters. And what you put behind the statement, even if you don't believe it yet, it's okay. Like your belief will be leveled up when you get around the right people, when you get in the room where it happens. Rising up is the prerequisite to living free. Becoming the person necessary is the prerequisite to living free. Establishing a new identity for yourself is the prerequisite to the dreams that you have. So my question for you is, will you rise? Will you rise? Will you seize the opportunity that's right in front of you? No matter what you believe the roadblock is, there is a solution for that. The solution is in this room. It's in the community. That is the secret sauce. If a hot dog cart guy can do $1 million, I can do $1 million. That's as simple as it is. If Leah Whitman can retire in 18 months, I can retire in 18 months. If Scott Saunders can scale a portfolio to 100 properties, I can scale a property to 100 properties, or to a portfolio to 100 properties. If the Andersons can climb out of $500,000 in debt and within 18 months be not only out of debt but have a $500,000 net worth with 6 cash flowing properties, I can do it too. It doesn't matter where you're starting from. I promise you there is a solution if you will rise to the opportunity that is knocking. It's knocking for you. The future is your possession. It's your property if you'll claim it. This is really the metamorphosis that happens to someone that goes through the process of going from a consumer to a saver to an investor. They go from feeling the weight of the world on their shoulders. It's heavy when you try to carry it by yourself. It's hard. You will never be financially free, ever, if you try to do it by yourself. But as you get the people around you, you realize you're stronger, you're more capable, and you're never alone. And as you do that, you can carry the weight of the world on your shoulders and you can actually shrug it off. This then allows you to go on the greatest adventure of our lives, which is going from an investor to building a true empire. Let me walk you through this a little bit. An investor starts to use leverage. They start to realize that money, it's bountiful, it's plentiful. You know, I used to hate it when people would say this, that money is never the holdup. For me, for a long time in my life, it felt like it was the holdup. But remember what I shared with you guys yesterday. They are printing money at record pace. They are printing money right now. The only question is, are you going to be there to claim some of that printed money? Like, you'll realize so quickly inside of the game of what we do that leverage is so much more than just getting money from a bank. You can leverage your skill sets. You can leverage the opportunities that you'll have available to you in Money Mastery. We have so many people that have partnered with other people because they can bring direct, unique investment opportunities to the table, and other people who don't want to be as involved can give them money and they can go buy real estate and partner together. That's part of how I scaled my portfolio from nothing to 17 properties. 8 of those properties were done in partnership with my brother. Grateful for my brother. He brought a lot of capital. I brought a lot of hustle. I brought a lot of opportunities, and those properties have helped me become financially free. They helped me walk away from my corporate job. Okay. The last part of this puzzle is becoming an empire builder. This is where you move from financial education to active value creation. This is where you understand how to play the game of money and use money as a tool to really magnify your purpose, right? I mean, it actually cost me a lot of money to write this book. It's crazy. Money, like real money, as well as opportunity costs. So much money to write this book. But why did I do it? Because it was a fulfillment of my purpose. It's given me so much fulfillment to stand here before you today and to lay out this map for you. And as so many people keep buying this book, I'm just so excited. Like, I'm giddy that so many people are going to be able to experience what is, for me, a fulfillment of my purpose. When you're an empire builder, you've opted out of using money to consume and try to find happiness in things. You start finding happiness in enough, in experiences, in relationships, in just life itself. You understand that money is a representation of a principle. And when it's a representation of a principle, all you have to do is learn to be a principle-based individual, and money becomes easy. You use time and leverage to build wealth, and you think about life and money in terms of legacy. Not just money, but how can I live to create a legacy? How does my name, how does my life live on? Think about what happened just a couple weeks ago. Charlie Kirk, right? In my backyard. My daughter was at UVU when that happened. That man left a legacy. His life lives beyond him. Success is fulfillment here. Now, I'm not saying you have to be a martyr, but I am saying that the legacy that you leave is defined by how you live. How you live is defined by what you're doing right now. What you're doing right now for so many people is constrained by money. I'm opening up a doorway of possibility for you. The possibility is how to use money to buy your time back, and how to use money to buy your time back to become an empire builder. For a consumer, their time horizon is today. How do I use money to survive today? For a speculator, their time horizon is, I just hope I have enough by the time I'm 65. On this side of the quadrant, it's all about diversification. I don't control my money. I give it to someone else, so I have to diversify. There's never quite enough. It doesn't matter how much I've saved because I don't control it. There's never enough, ever. You might find yourself in that exact spot. I talk to people all the time who have a couple $100,000, sometimes even $1 million in a 401k, an IRA, or brokerage account, and they're like, it's not enough. What happens if this happens? What's going to happen if that happens? They're scared, they're nervous because they're diversified, they're not in control, it's never enough. As you go from the speculator quadrant and you go to the investor quadrant, you now start thinking in terms of life. There is no destination of retirement. Financial freedom is a lifestyle. And as you start to master money, when money starts to become easy, you go from an investor quadrant to an empire builder, and your time horizon becomes generational. Here you're focused. You're not diversified, you're focused. Here, financial freedom is now money is created through active value creation. I'm going to come back to where I started, and I'm going to invite you to join me again in Money Mastery. I'm going to invite you again to join me in Money Mastery, where you'll have everything you need tactically. You'll have everything you need from a game plan standpoint. You'll have everything you need from an investment standpoint. You'll have all the coaching, all the calculators, all of the tactics, all of the resources, all of the assets. We just give them to you. They're there, right? That way, when the time is right for your game plan, you know exactly what to do next. You'll always have a target. You'll always have accountability. You'll always have coaching. You'll always have support. Always. You're never second guessing or wondering what to do next because there's always someone who's been ahead of you, who's helping you get to the next step, from direct one-on-one coaching to massive community. But the number one thing that you now have is you now have an opportunity to join one of 32 spots left. One of 32 spots left. Remember why you're here. It's Friday night. You could be in all kinds of other places right now, but you're here right now for a reason. Tap into what that reason is. When you tap into what that reason is, you have a one option of talk to someone, put a $500 deposit down. If you know that this is right for you and it doesn't matter where you're at, what excuse you're putting in front of you, you need to up-level your belief. Knowing that you're going to up-level your belief is you're going to put some money on the line, just like I did with my first coach, $10,000, and with Russell, 25. Dude, it was hard to write those checks. I totally get it. So hard to write those checks. And I second guessed myself on the first one massively. I'm like, oh my gosh, my wife is going to kill me. And then we're driving back and we didn't have words for it. We just started laughing because we knew for the first time we just put our money where our mouth is, where our beliefs are, where our desire was. We invested in ourselves. And the level of stewardship, of responsibility, and of opportunity that came with that one investment was massive. I get it. This might be a big investment for you. But if you're ready to move, if you're ready to up-level your belief, which is a doorway to your future, this is the time. This is the opportunity. So, my friends, I want to close it there today, and I want to give you an opportunity to believe in yourself. Believe in yourself enough to invest in yourself. Believe in yourself enough to take the next necessary action. Believe in yourself to know that opportunity cost is actually the greatest cost that you face. That if you miss this opportunity, the next year, 2026, will be the same as 2025. The year after that, 2027, will be the same as 2025. The number one thing I hear from people in our community is, I wish I would have started when. I wish I would have started when I was that age. I wish I would have started the first time I heard you. I've been following you for 3 years. I've been following you for 5 years. My neighbor has been investing, and I look at them and say, he can do it, but I can't. I wish. Are you going to be that person that arrives at the end of your life with a life of regret? Or are you going to be the person who arrives at the end of your life saying, I did it. I laid it all on the line. I won some, I lost some, but I gave it my best shot. The number one thing I'm afraid of, I take this directly from my coaching with Ed Milet. The number one thing I'm afraid of is meeting the person I could have been, the person I was capable of becoming, the future version of myself, and having that person not recognize me not recognizing them. Right? Can you imagine that? Looking at your fullest God-given potential and realizing that you played small, that you let fear stand in your way, that you let $3,900 stand in your way. I don't know how to live with that type of an excuse. I hope you don't either. So today is Friday. We have 3 days, Saturday, I think 2 days actually, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We're closing the offer at the end of the week so we can start immediately on Monday with those who are ready to rise to the opportunity. If that's you, go to retireintenyears.com/MM. You'll have an opportunity to pay in full. You have an opportunity to get on the line with a $500 deposit. Guys, there is no pushing. We're not selling you in the program. If you get on the line and you have questions, we will genuinely answer them. We've turned just as many people away from the program as we've let in, because we will know if it's right for you based on the level of belief that you have in yourself, based on the level of commitment that you have in yourself. And remember, we're in this game for the long run with you, right? There's no way that you can achieve financial freedom in 10 years or less unless you play the game with me for 10 years. So we're not trying to get you going when you're not ready. When you're ready, you'll know it and we'll know it. If that time is now, take the action and be the person who rises up so that they can live free. I think we're going to close it out there for our YouTube people. YouTube friends, thank you so much for joining me today. Tomorrow we'll be back on live at 9 a.m. again for day 3. Day 3 is a powerhouse of a day. We're going to bring it all together. You're not going to want to miss my training tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm going to go to the very end and I'm going to show you in section 4 of this book, excuse me, not section 4, section 3 of this book. The strategy is called the equity mill. This is how we take the passive income machine from growing and scaling and we turn it on its head and we shift it all into income. How you can generate 6 figures or more of tax-free income from a life insurance policy of all things and a handful of single-family homes. I'm going to walk you through the whole thing. You're not going to want to miss that, because once you see it, you will never see the game of money the same way again. Join me tomorrow, 9 a.m. for my VIPs right over there. What's up, VIPs? When I point over here, this is where I see your comments. So when you're commenting, I'm pointing over here. I'm like, what's up, Brian? What's up, Colette? What's up, guys? Let's go. I'm going to talk to my VIPs, YouTube people. We'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Give it up for Ryan Lee. How amazing was that? We are now going to transition into the Q&A portion of today and the sessions here. If you have any questions at all, you see a tab at the top of your comments that says Q&A. Come on there, ask any questions. And just like I said before, let's be rough on Ryan. Try to stump him. Ask him the hard questions. What are the biggest questions you guys have that would keep you back? I want you to identify the thing that you are saying, hey, you know what? I would move forward, except fill in the blank, and then write it in the chat there. All right.
I got you. Fill in the blank. Let's see what's in the blank.
He's got you. All righty. First question here. People are wondering if they will get to know the names of the management companies that you use inside the program.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So for sure, 100%. Having a management company is one piece of the puzzle. Yeah, there's nothing secret in what we do. I mean, I interviewed one and gave you right there, JWB, Greg Cohen. He's a phenomenal person. Owning real estate is not financial freedom. I can tell you that from firsthand experience. So yes, there is nothing hidden. There's nothing proprietary about what we do that you have to pay to get access to. We'll tell you the insurance companies. We'll tell you the real estate providers we use. And if you want to go try to do it on your own, good luck. What you're really going to get inside of our program is everything you need, including the coaching and the community, the infrastructure, and the framework to use those providers successfully in a sequence of actions to get an outcome. But yeah, no problem.
All right, next question here. I am might just be a scenario to speak to. I'm working on possibly financing my policy payments instead of funding with the cash each year out of my pocket. The bank pays the policy. At some life event in the future, I will need to pay that back, but it frees up the cash each year that I pay interest.
Okay, so you're talking about a bank-funded life insurance policy. Those are phenomenal. I have one of those. They're generally for a different strategy. Like if you're a business owner and we need to get a lot of insurance and your capital can be better used inside of your business, that might be a good reason to do it. But if you're trying to build financial freedom, you're going to want to fund your policy so we can then leverage your policy to go buy real estate. So this is where a game plan comes in, super, super important. Yeah, bank-funded life insurance is awesome. It doesn't really fit the mechanism of the passive income machine, but it is a phenomenal tool in certain circumstances. I don't know if there's more detail on that question that you want me to answer.
I've got a question here from Brian. He says, I know, let's see, if you buy a life insurance policy for your child, are you still able to do a high cash value policy that you can use for your vault?
Yeah, 100%. So I have policies on all my kids. Love having policies on my kids. There's a little bit of a nuance with that, though. So the cost of insurance isn't more or less on a kid, it's just different. So when we're building out your game plan, and I won't go into the full context of it, the number one objective is for you to have life insurance on yourself. That's our number one objective. And again, remember how we set up these policies, whether you're 2 years old or, 55 years old, we're going to buy the least amount of life insurance for the most amount of cash value based on what we're trying to do. So the percentage of your savings goal, the percentage that's going to go to life insurance is the exact same whether it's on a kid or it's on you. The only difference is when it's on a kid, generally we can't get as much money into those policies just because of the insurability of it. It's really hard to insure a kid who's like, under the age of 18 for multi-millions of dollars, so we can stuff a bunch of money into it. But I have policies on each of my kids. And the way I use those policies on my kids are really twofold. When I talk about this idea of a legacy, for those of you that bought 10 books, you're going to see the full framework that we offer on legacy planning. But when I'm talking about legacy, I'm trying to raise my kids to be heirs to the empire. I don't want to give them money. In fact, I'm not going to give them any money. All of the money that's going to be passed on is passed on inside of a family office. And if they want to have access to that family office, they need to become stewards of the office. So long story short, my kids have policies so they can get comfortable with using the mechanism of banking, with using the mechanism of leverage. And then inside of the family office, they have the ability to access the family money in addition to their own money to grow and scale the family empire as well as their own. So long story or long answer to a very simple question. Absolutely, you can get policies on kids. Generally, it's not the foundation of your game plan. It's an add-on to your game plan.
Great question. Next question here. How long does our membership last if we join Money Mastery?
Oh, that's a great question. I did not actually get this part in the offer, so I'm really glad that came up. So the way the program works is it's so simple. There's a one-time onboarding fee. There are no hidden costs. There are no extra surcharges in what we do. There's a one-time onboarding fee for us to set up your entities, set up your tax strategy, set up your vault, do all of the foundational work of your game plan. And then after that, it's $397 a month, no commitments, no contracts. So you can actually stay in the program as long as you want. You can come in, do everything that's needed in a period of time. You can pause it. You can rejoin it. The $397 a month is, we treat it just like an investment. You should be making more every single month from the real estate, from the investments, from the life insurance, from the strategy, from the tax strategy, from everything we bring to the table to where everything is just paid for, right? It's just paid for and there's surplus profit on top of that. But the reason it's $397 a month is you're going to need support all the way through year 1, through year 2, through year 3, and ongoing. So most of our community, they stay in the program. I mean, we have people in the program now that have been there for 10 years. And we do have a level, once you've got to a certain level in your game plan, or your achievement, we actually drop your membership price to $97 a month. But it usually takes people about two to 3 years to get to that point.
Next two questions are in a similar, so I'm just going to kind of combine them here. Is this a one-time entrance fee to the program, or is it membership-based? Follow-up, is there a monthly fee associated with membership? Is there other things that besides the real estate and vault that we need to pay for as we move through deeper through these steps?
Great questions. I think I answered them monthly. So it's there's no outside fees on that. Now, we do a one-time event. That's what we're doing in April of this year that all of you have access to. I saw the tickets this morning. We've already had 18 new people buy tickets to that. So there's about 60 tickets left to Rise Up Live. We do have a cost for the tickets. We do it at cost, but I think that's $500. So $500 for a ticket to Rise Up Live. But outside of that, everything's included in your membership. There is zero, like there's no hidden fees, there's no surprise charges, nothing like that. So that's hopefully answering the monthly membership costs. The second question was investments outside of real estate and life insurance?
Yeah, anything besides real estate or life insurance that we're going to be paying for as well.
Yeah, so nothing you're going to be paying for, but there's things that you're going to be involved in your game plan. So in your game plan, there's really 3 things that we want to put together for you sequentially, depending on your resources and your timelines. There's the vaults. There are your base of assets, the real estate that you own, and there's your private pension. So people progress through those investments based on what they're trying to accomplish. So those are the 3 primary investments. And then once you get to phase 4 of our program, you've achieved financial freedom or on the track to do that. Then we really start focusing on your estate and entities and legacy and all that kind of stuff.
Great question. Next one here from Amy. How does it work with acquiring whole life insurance? Is there physical exclusions of pre-existing health conditions? If I do it on my own, I'm good to go. But my husband is in remission of stage 4 cancer over the last year.
Yeah, that's unfortunate on that. That is the hardest part about the life insurance is it is life insurance. We have tremendous relationships with the carriers that we work with. We've been able to get super creative with people that can't be insured. We've been able to, help people get to a point where they can be insured, even if they're denied right now. What I will say is no matter where you're at, we're going to help you build a game plan that will help you succeed within your circumstances. So if your husband can't do it, or if there's a timeline that he has to be on to be able to do it, we have we've faced every imaginable scenario and putting that together.
Next question from Jessica. I've been getting your emails interested for a while, but I'm worried if I can convince my husband. Would the call mentioned in the VIP perks be somewhere he could participate and maybe try and convince a skeptic? I haven't exposed him to the content yet.
I love it. I love it. And Jennifer, you are not alone. Okay, you are not alone. Almost every single person in our community, there's usually one driver in a financial game plan. There's usually one spouse that's trying to, bring the finances to another level. And the other spouse in the beginning is like, yeah, you take it until you come back to the spouse and they're like, hey, I'm putting all my money in life insurance. And then the spouse is like, what are you talking about? That's crazy. So you're not alone. Heck yeah, the call will 100% give your husband a chance to ask any of the skeptical questions that he has. Here's my number one recommendation for you, though, Jennifer. I don't know what VIP program you bought. Yesterday when I was introducing the book bundles, the 1 book, the 3 books, and the 10 books. If you bought a 3-book bundle and you can participate in our virtual workshop, but even better, if you bought a 10-book bundle, if you just told your husband, hey, husband, I'm taking you on an all-expense-paid trip to Park City, Utah in November or sometime in 2026, come to the community. That's like, don't let us sell you on the phone. Come to the community, let your husband experience it. If you come to one of our events, I promise you, your husband will be 100% comfortable with what we do.
Great question. Next one's from Justin. I'm still an employee and I'm reluctant to not take advantage of the match, which I think is his company is giving him, since it's an automatic game of my investment versus saving for my foundation. Is it worth sacrificing the match to accelerate my game plan?
That's such a fun question, Justin. That is such a good question. You have to look at it in 2 ways. That money isn't free. Money's not free. There is a cost to that money. The cost is you now have golden handcuffs on. Whatever match you think you're getting, whatever match you're getting, you've been told that that's free money, but what it is it's locking your money because you now have to contribute to a 401k, which you by default know will never get you financially free. You know it. So a match isn't going to make that better. A match is just now trapping you in a system longer. I got a company match back in the day, and as soon as I understood the math for myself, I let go. Because you being in control of your money will do 10 times more than any match you're getting right now. So here's what I'm going to suggest for you, Justin. Get on a call with us. Let us kind of walk you through the math. Let us help you understand the scenario that you're facing. Because I promise you that match is costing you way more than you think it's giving you.
When my dad learned about this, he went through the same conundrum and was immediately, once presented with the math, it was a pretty easy thing, but he obviously has a unique situation, so jump on a call.
Yeah.
Next question here from Eric. Do you also teach how to set up LLCs, and do you just show us how to do the taxes, or do you have a tax expert who actually does it, or that you can have us use?
Great questions. Yes to all of it. So remember what we're trying to accomplish, right? We're trying to accomplish financial freedom. Financial freedom is a function of time. So we actually set up your entities for you, but we're not going to hide anything from you. If you want to be part of that process and you want to, understand what's going on, be as hands-on as you want to be. We'll set up your entities. We run a quarterly tax cadence, so you know exactly what needs to be done. About 60, maybe 65, 70% of our community just uses our internal team to file their taxes, do all their tax strategy. But there are a few people that have people they like, that they, we set up the strategy. They then take the strategy and give it to their CPA, and they just bring their CPA to the quarterly cadence. So, as long as you can direct and be the CEO of your system, so you don't have to be involved in the system, cool. Right? The easiest way to do that, is if you're not affiliated or attached to your CPA currently, just come in, let us build your tax strategy. Let us be your CPAs. Let us help facilitate everything, because then it's just all in one house. And then when the quarterly cadences are, your CPA and you will know exactly what's going on with your individual tax strategy. So, but yeah, you can bring your own people if you want, and you can be as hands-on. There are people in our community, bless their hearts. You know some of these people, Steve. They just nerd out on the taxes, and I get it. I mean, there's a lot to nerd out there, and so they want to be involved in everything. They just like it. That's not me. I like saying, hey, here's my target tax rate. That's why you have to have a target tax rate. Then I have 12 months of here's all the things that need to happen within the way I'm claiming my income to hit that target tax rate. And every quarter is just a spot check. What needs to be done? What's been done? Where am I at? What needs to be done? What's been done? Where am I at? And that way, my CPA and I are on the same page, knowing, okay, this quarter, I've got to transfer X dollars out of my personal account into my family LLC, from my family LLC into my kids' bank accounts, and then back into our personal checking account. Right? I know the moves that have to happen with money to keep my taxes as low as possible. So, long-winded answer, you can be as involved as you want. You can use your own CPA or our CPAs, but the main point of the program is to get you an outcome.
Great question. Next question here. Is Rise Up Live the ticket we get a discount on for being VIP? Is that the one with the golf course?
That's the one with the golf course. You got a discount that's already built into your membership site. So if you go right into the launch pad that comes with the book, you can buy your tickets right there. Like I said, we've already had like 18 people, I think, buy their tickets since we launched the book yesterday. So you can buy your tickets right there. It's currently $500 for the ticket. That is at cost for us. And then once we I don't think we're gonna have to go to the public, but if we go to the public, we're raising the price to $750.
Next question. I was under the impression we got upgraded to the 10-book bundle if we bought the 3-book bundle as a VIP. Did I misunderstand that?
That's a good question. Man, I don't know. If you bought the 3-book bundle, you got upgraded to the 10-book bundle. Was that the question?
Yes.
I don't think that's the case. If you were a VIP, you get these question and answers, right? That's everything we're doing right now. And then there was a workbook that came with. There was all the bonuses that came with being a VIP. And then when we launched the book, we had a 1-book offer, 3-book offer, 10-book offer. Now, being a VIP, you don't have to buy a book. We're sending all the VIPs a book. We ordered all of those books yesterday. And so all VIPs, we just send you a book. What I did offer you yesterday, though, is as a VIP, if you are willing to buy a book, because we're trying to hit book count, if you're willing to buy a book, then all you have to do is buy one. You can buy 3 if you want, but all you have to do is buy one in addition to the one we're already sending you. Then I give you everything in the 10-book bundle. Hopefully that answered that question. Some of those details, like on the VIP stuff, we might have to get our marketing guy in here for that.
And if not, just open up a new tab, go to retirein10years.com/MM and jump on the phone with us.
There you go. That's even better.
Yeah, next question here from Amy. How much time would you recommend spending on the program per week?
In the beginning, I'd probably spend a little bit more. When you get in the program, and I don't want to overwhelm you, but when you get in the program, every single thing that you need, there is a video on. Some people, they just want to upgrade their financial IQ really fast, and they'll go through all the videos. There was some things up here I took out, but we've had people watch all of our videos all at once. I had one person come back and tell me at our last event that she thinks she's watched every video I've ever produced. And I was like, if you've watched every video I've ever produced, then you have probably watched 1 billion hours of content. I don't know. So what I would really say is come in, get your game plan, Amy. The best part about your game plan is we're going to set you on the future. You're going to know exactly what success is. You're going to have the clarity. That clarity is the currency of a winner, of an empire builder. Then we're going to back in your 10-year outcome into 1-year objectives. We're going to tell you, hey, over the next 12 months, here's what we think you need to accomplish to be on track to get your 10-year outcome. But then what we're going to do is we're going to pull it in even further. We're just going to say, hey, over the next 90 days, here's the thing, right? This is all we got to do. And what I would say is just focus on that thing. Now, if you want to, because you want to learn faster, this is how I was when I first got going. I couldn't stop learning. I couldn't stop reading books. I couldn't stop getting coaching. I just wanted to know it all. So you can do as much as you want or as little as you want, but at least do your 90-day targets. That's really what will set you up for. You'll have a coach and you have an accountability partner and a strategist in those first 90 days, setting up your strategy and holding you accountable. Then after those 90 days, once your strategy's set up, then it's just, hey, what's step number 1? What's step number 2? What's step number 3? And it's just one step after another.
Great question.
Any VIP who is going to get a physical copy from us, if they buy one more physical copy, they get all the bonuses up to the 10 bonus bundle.
That's the answer I gave. Okay, good.
We were just verifying on the 3-book bundle versus the 10.
Yep.
You guys get the 10 by being VIP.
Oh, no.
I say that correctly?
That's not right.
That's what we said, is if they buy any.
Oh, if they buy one, they have to buy one additional book though. So Logan, so this comes back to the book question. Logan, you take that.
So any VIP who is a VIP will get one physical book from us as part of VIP. If you purchase one additional physical book or any quantity of physical books, you'll get all of the bonuses, the 10-book bonus and the 3-book bonus by buying one additional physical copy or 3 additional physical copies.
Very good.
Logan saving the day. All right, next question here. I've spoken with another group that uses an IUL for the vault concept versus whole life. What are your thoughts on this?
Don't do it.
Logan just laughed.
Yeah. Well, I said don't do it. Yeah, and I could laugh too. Don't do it. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Please. Do you want to be financially free? So here's the problem. Let's go back to the vault concept that I gave you in our morning session. The vault is a tool. It's a very critical tool, a very, very critical tool. It's the tool that will generate all of your tax-free income. It's the tool that you will use to leverage to buy real estate. A universal life policy is not the right tool. It's not the right tool. I won't get into the reasons why. What I would invite you to consider is talk to our, go to retireintenyears.com/MM and you can talk to someone there. But a universal life policy is set up to trick you. And what I mean by that is you're told you're going to get market-based returns with zero risk. And there's an element of truth to that, but just like Caleb talked about, I love the way Caleb said that in his interview. Caleb talked about a truth mixed with a lie is still a lie, right? So a universal life policy is a truth mixed with a lie. It's an insurance policy that will give you capped upside, but it's never going to give you zero risk. In fact, if you look at the universal life policy, it's so crazy that some of these insurance companies sell it. But look at your universal life policy, look what is estimated or projected on the universal policy, and look what's guaranteed. It's crazy. You are going to sign a contract with a universal life policy that is guaranteed to lapse. It's guaranteed you'll have no cash value. It's guaranteed you'll have no death benefit. It's guaranteed that everything you put into it, you'll lose. Guaranteed. That's what the insurance company is going to give you in a contract. Anything above losing everything is risk that you're now taking. The purpose of the vaults is to eliminate all risk. The purpose of the vault is to have a warehouse where there is zero risk whatsoever. We're then going to use that zero risk as a foundation of certainty, and then we're going to take our risk in real estate. We're going to balance the foundation of certainty with the upside of real estate. I don't care, like stock market returns, that's not going to get you free. So that's just an irrelevant tool from someone who's trying to sell you an irrelevant policy. If you want to be financially free in 10 years or less, which I have to assume is what you want because you're here, use the right tools in the right strategy. Universal life is not the tool for our strategy.
It's a great question. Next one is here from Dave. We own a small but growing business. Does the Money Mastery system include tax strategies and investment strategies for the business? Or
yes,
do you have a better program for that?
Yes, Dave. I love
That's
it.
what I use personally for my own business, everyone. Just so you know, this is absolutely for those businesses too.
Oh, man. I tell you what, the challenge, we've got a lot of W-2s in here, so I don't want to dissuade any W-2s from the tax strategy. But a W-2's tax strategy is primarily on passive income. When you're W-2, there is very little that we can actually do. We can structurally reduce your taxes a little bit on W-2, but we are so limited on W-2. With a business owner, your entire playbook opens up. And so our objective with a business owner is to structurally put you in a position where you have a tax strategy to lower your taxable income, maximize your earned income, lower your taxable income. And this is where I can literally say you can structurally get to about 15 to 20% of a target tax rate on your active income. You could make $1 million and only pay $10,000 in tax, or excuse me, $100,000 in taxes, a 10% tax rate. So the best part about being a business owner is everything is on the table for you. So for your question, 100%. This tax strategy is a comprehensive tax strategy. It's tax strategy on active income. It's tax strategy on passive income. And I know we haven't talked too much about the latter phase, but you're going to have a legacy. You're going to pass on assets. You're gonna every single one of you on this call, if you run the passive income machine, you're gonna have a multi-million-dollar portfolio that is going to your future, inevitably. 100%. So we do a lot of estate taxes as well. So there's 3 different tax games that we're playing: estate tax, active tax, passive tax. But yes, 100% active.
And that's exactly what you did for me personally.
Yep.
All right, that's the end of the questions there.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Friday was phenomenal. Again, for my VIPs, thank you so much. We've been having people just book their calls and get in the game. I'm so grateful for that. I know every single one of you on Money Mastery. I know you. You know me. You come to my house. It's crazy. At some point, I might have to shut my house off. I don't know. But it's so fun getting you. You're going to know my family. You're going to know me. You're going to know my wife. You're going to know the community. So for those of you getting in the program, welcome. I am honored to have you here. For those of you on the fence, book your call now. $500 is the most minimal opportunity cost that you will ever face in your life. If $500 can get you on a pathway to becoming financially free in 10 years or less, it's the best $500 you will ever spend, ever. And I promise you it's possible for you. So with that being said, we'll be back on at 9. Saturday morning, we got a big lineup for you tomorrow. Steve, are you closing us out?
Let's do it.
All
Give
right.
it up for Ryan Lee, everybody. $500. He had to pay his first person $10,000 and did not have all the answers that he has for you now. It's amazing. I'm a walking, living testament of this as well. You guys, how was today? Let me know how today was. Today was absolutely incredible. We are very, very excited for tomorrow as well. The lineup's nuts. Robert Kiyosaki, I mean, come on. He's the gateway drug for most of us as entrepreneurs, and we're very excited to have him on and speak as well. We're going to start at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Come over to the side and just say 9. That way I know you got it. Jump on the link 5-10 minutes early, and we know that it's a Saturday. Get on there, and even if you listen through your phone or whatever it is, just have it on and just immerse. When I first realized I didn't know enough, the way I did it was I would just put together all the courses I needed to, and I just play them on repeat, even if I wasn't actively listening. I would just had it on because I knew I needed to sink it into my subconscious. 9 o'clock, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Guys, thank you so much. We are so excited to go on this journey with you of retiring in 10 years or less. For those of you guys who are still on the fence or thinking about it, just open up the tab and check out what we got there on the offer for you. Retiring10years.com/MM. We will be emailing to you as well recaps, the exactly what Ryan pitched, as well as the offer that'll be coming to you in the next hour or two. So if you need to rewatch it or show that significant other in your life or other decision maker, it'll be there for you as well. So watch your email. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Get on the link 5 minutes early and see you guys at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Bye, guys.
Let's go.
First light washing up against the shore. Sweet love, you're the one that I adore. And I don't mind if I'm running after you. It's been a long time, but know I got the love for you.